PKA 705. We may have a guest joining us. He didn't show up just yet. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and BetterHelp. For once, a non-penile sponsor. That's kind of nice. I was going to say a bad word. Looked at the clock. Was like, oh, shut that down.
I don't know if you can say the P word. Say the P word. Well, the YouTubers that I watch that care about monetization, they're so careful. And I'll often watch historical stuff, so they'll have to deal with heavy topics. And they'll talk about people deleting themselves or people getting clapped. Or they'll talk about, they'll dance around it and make up their own. Well, you know, when a lady and she doesn't really want to, but there's this fella and he does, and you know, bad stuff goes down. Well, that's what we're saying happened here. It's, Jesus, what am I watching right now? Why can't you say the word? But you can't say the word.
On standardization around the self-censorship. You know, when people talk about forcible intercourse, they call it grapes. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I guess TikTok censors really hard. So there's become like a whole sort of secondary pig Latin around.
Yeah, that's good.
Words.
That's a good way of putting it.
I don't like that. You should be able to say what you want to say. Like you're trying to convey information.
You can. You know what the deal is. There's certain sponsors that don't want to be associated with hard topics. And
do they want to be associated with fucking circuitous talking retards who can't express their point?
And I hope so.
Actually, yes, we hope so dearly.
90 seconds for the R slur.
Don't know anything.
90 seconds before we dropped an R slur.
No, R is not a slur.
We're taking it back. We're taking it back.
Oh, it's easy for you to say with your big, powerful brain, your fully functional human self.
Yes.
Oh, I go the other direction. In the same way that black people can say the N-word, I can say retard.
Yeah, we can say. And by the way, Kyle, you say
I standardized test results from you, sir.
Who do you want making the judgment call on whether or not it's okay to say retard? Me or an actual, me? Clearly, I have the foresight.
You know, I just don't. If we're talking about free speech, is about what you can say in like the public square, and and supposedly the coppers won't come lock you up, but that's only in this country, and that doesn't apply to things like people in my YouTube comments like 10 years ago used to be like, you blocked me. What happened to free speech? And I'd either go, there is no freedom of speech in Russia. Or I would say, there's no fucking freedom of speech in my comments section. Like, why do you think it applies here? There's no Bill of Rights at the beginning of the YouTube charter.
Free speech is about rolling coal over gay pride flags painted on the street. That's my understanding.
Whew. Yeah.
That's what a lot of people seem to be doing.
Well, I don't believe in global warming. We were talking about stuff that we don't believe earlier. Like that's the one I don't believe in anymore. I don't believe that humans are causing global warming. Every time I see one of those Senate hearings, you'll have like Senator whoever the hell, and he's talking to some person who is like, hey, this lady wanted to phase out the combustion engine in 10 years, and she wanted air travel to go down by 12%, and she wanted to put all this high-speed rail in. And he starts layering like how much CO2 that is. And he's like, so it came down to like 0.003% CO2 reduction. And oh, by the way, aren't CO2 levels today lower than they were in 1970? I don't have that data. I didn't think you would.
Are you sure? I hadn't heard that part. That would open my eyes.
It might not be. It might even be
I am in the mainstream
big factor in global warming.
On global warming, which is, I think all of you people should do your part.
No, I'm doing even more to wreck it.
I'm going to keep my V8 pickup truck, but I need you to carry your weight, Kyle.
I need you to use a dirty bag at the grocery store.
I've been composting my poop in the backyard for years now. But the whole idea of the carbon footprint is like a slap in the face to the average human being. And I don't mean like average, like some small majority or like what most people are like. I mean like 99% of us. Like it's nonsense to be looking at your carbon footprint because it's nothing. Because there's Taylor Swifts out there. Because there's Monsantos out there and DuPonts out there.
And
so keep in mind, those are just the American ones. And all of America is some small fraction of the global pollution. The real problem is Indonesia, China, India, these billion human being countries that have no standards, that just, you see what their rivers look like. Look at the Ganges River when those filthy people go out there and bathe in that foam. You know how filthy water makes that foam?
Has the biggest carbon
They
footprint.
love it.
If it's not us, then it's China. But it's... The idea that America is innocent on this and that some poor country has a bigger carbon footprint, I think, is untrue. At least it used to be, and I could be out of date.
I would be so surprised. Zach, help us out here, because my thought process is like
carbon footprint by country. Let's see it.
Yeah, like or CO2 output by country. Maybe,
I know that we
something like
we
that.
don't like,
same difference.
We like if you were out and about on a float trip or at the beach with someone, and they like drank a can of soda or a bottle of soda and then just like threw it in the ocean. Any one of us would be like, "What the fuck?" Like, don't do that shit. Like, it's got to. We want,
but
the
not
beach
because
to be nice next time we show up. If you're in Bangladesh, they're gonna or India, you're gonna be like, "Look at this homosexual throwing it in the trash." Don't you know the world is our trash can?
You see that river? It is nature's trash can.
Yeah, pretty good. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. I don't believe it, because if we were that good at doing it, then I feel like we could throw up an atmosphere on Mars. If they're like, yeah, you don't understand. It's like make or break right now whether we survive in the next 50 years. Really? We must be warming this place up quick. Can we apply some of that output to Mars and just throw up an atmosphere like it's there we go.
How are you doing, Caleb?
Mic check real quick.
Yeah, we're going.
Yeah. Oh, we're live, by the way.
We have started.
This is like a baton handoff.
Or at least
full speed here.
What's up? The Rizzler's here. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
I just found out why you're late. Can you please tell everyone else, because it's awesome?
My fiance or girlfriend was she's wanting to get the weeds out of the yard, so she started to fertilize with 2,4-D, and I was teaching her all this stuff. And then our cow got out, and she has this big ass dog, and this big ass dog does not like the cow, and they fight every day at the fence. And the dog decided to fight the cow in real life, and that was a whole thing. So now I'm back. Now though, I'm back. I'm good to go.
Who won?
Who amongst us hasn't had
the
that
cow?
happen? It's like getting stuck in traffic.
Actually, yeah,
I would bet on the cow as well.
What kind of dog is it?
My cow was catching strays. It's a Norwegian forest hound, so a gigantic, like 110-pound German Shepherd looking dog.
Zach, once you prove me right about global warming, please show us what one of those looks like.
We're in a little bit of us, high class debate, facts and figures. Kyle and I are like, I don't know about this global warming stuff. Seems ridiculous. Woody's like, oh, the fucking planet, it needs our help. And,
he has a Greta sticker. He's getting a Greta tattoo, but he's got Greta stickers all over his truck.
Yeah,
it's a V8.
That's
it makes
cool.
no sense.
And I swear it's not because I have pedo tendencies. It's not it at all.
Oh, that's where we should have leaned. It's just like, look, she's hot, Kyle. What can I say? That face.
Yeah, one of those dogs.
Okay.
It's a cool dog.
Looks like a husky.
Looks like it's a little bit too. He's got a lot of floof around his head, like for self-defense.
His name's Kevin. He's really good. Very, very, very good dog. Him and this cow, and the cow as well is his name is Ace, and when he was born, he was like sticking out of his mom's pussy, and his mom was just manically running through the forest, hitting him on trees and stuff. So he's severely brain damaged.
He's genuinely severely. Is it this
Actually.
one? Zach, can you put that dog back up? Kyle, do you feel a certain kinship to this dog that clearly has Down syndrome that Zach's about to show us?
Kinship, no, but like, you have
a similar dog.
I have a dog that appears to have Down syndrome because of he's a Malamute and he's got that Cro-Magnon skull.
Yeah, it has Down syndrome.
But we really did have a Jack Russell who was like off. Like in a fun way. It was never sad. It was never pitiful and pathetic. Yeah. It was like
personality
doing her little weird thing. She's doing that weird little thing she does. It's like, oh yeah, there's my boy. Look at it. Now you got to keep.
Is that actually your dog?
Yeah. So he's fresh there. He's 7 years old, 8 years old there. I just had gotten him out of a shelter. They were about to
better enjoy it. They don't live that long.
And so they lived 15 years. Then so he's dirty and like
bones are on the outside. He's not making it to 15.
He's pretty malnourished and dirty there. He's like 75 pounds now. I've been treating him pretty good. He's going to the doctor tomorrow. He's going to he's getting his nose scoped. They're going to put him asleep and run a camera.
When the doctor looks at him, does he ever say what a special guy he is?
No one says that. He looks like Malamutes look.
No, he doesn't.
He looks like a hammerhead.
He doesn't.
He's a sweet boy. Look,
your dog is just as good as any other dog. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
that's a good boy.
I think he could get a job at McDonald's or something.
Well, you know, I don't
They
like.
have their own Olympics. You know that?
An entry level job, yeah.
The special dog Olympics. There's just a bunch of dachshunds with wheels. That's a thing that'll make me cry every time. I cannot bear to look at a crippled dog. Like I cannot take it. It's the worst, most.
Zach, love a crippled dog.
Look, dude, I would kick a crippled, an already crippled child down the stairs in his weird little wonky electric chair before I would do the same to a little pupper. Like I just feel I feel so bad because they don't care that they're crippled. Like when people get crippled, we've usually got kind of down on life, maybe a little bit of depression. You're like, oh, the other kids are running around without me. This dog is just like complete disregard for that. He can't grasp it, so he's just like, I got wheels, and he's gone. He loves it.
Dude, I'm not down at crippled dogs at all. And it's just because of what you said. I'm inspired by them, right? This dog doesn't know it.
Yeah.
That dog, he's ready to run, baby.
He's got
ready
wheels, dude. That's high tech.
That's fun. He's having a good time.
That's a happy dog right there.
He doesn't know. He definitely knows
his upper body. He's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger dog.
Yeah.
Of course. I love dachshunds too. I don't have one, but I had a girlfriend who had one, and I really fell in love with that breed. I like little dogs. I've got a mixture of both, but I like little dogs because, like, it's like, damn, you were ready to kill right there. I like that from you, little man. My big dog might run away from the door, but my little dog is running out the door to beat up the fucking UPS man.
I'm on the other side of the debate. I like big dogs.
I like small dogs. I love small dogs.
I'm outnumbered 3-1 here.
Small dogs are the best. They just want to snuggle with you. They just want to have a good time. They just want to chill.
Big dog can snuggle with you like belly hugs while standing.
Big dogs. One thing that throws me off of big dogs is they have man shit. They have like giant man shits, and it's who shit
that's not a bug; it's a feature. You can take a dump outside, and they'll never suspect a thing.
That's right. Yeah.
Who did this? Not me.
The fuck.
It's not like that Amber Heard situation when she took that human-sized poop in Johnny Depp's bed and tried to blame it on some little peekaboo. Johnny's like,
that's funny.
That was not dog feces.
That was not dog feces.
But I imagine him doing it like Captain Sparrow, or like, that's not dog food.
He was trying to collect his finger off the ground at the time.
What was
right?
her deal? Did she have like BPD or
she's
something?
Just a cunt.
IBS.
She's just an awful human. No, like she's just like a manipulative, sociopathic jerk. She's the bad man. I'll tell you what, that's how I came away from that trial 100%. It's not that I love Johnny Depp as an actor, but I separate that from personality. That's how I like Tom Cruise. Like I wouldn't want to hang out with Tom Cruise, the man. I don't think any of us would. All right. You'd like to meet Tom Cruise. So you come back here and be like, I met Tom Cruise. Let me tell you all about it. But you wouldn't want to like chill with him and be his buddy if you're not going to get anything at it. Maybe you're imagining, wait, but maybe Tom Cruise got like a junior yacht he could pass off to me or no, you're not getting any like benefits. You're just hanging out with this guy's personality, and it's weird.
Tom Cruise is perfect for a particular kind of friend. I don't know if you have these like I do. I have activity friends, right? Sure. I have motorcycle friends. I've got flying friends. I've got dirt bike friends, and it's like we're very different, like in terms of like the family, the career, the lived life, etc. But we share the same drug, and that is dirt bikes or flying or whatever. And that's what we do together. So it's just an activity friend. If Tom Cruise is like, Woody, you want to fucking go race dirt bikes off cliffs and base jump from there? And I'm like, you got spare bikes? And like, that's the kind of friend I'd love to be his
Kawasaki
friend.
Does.
Right?
Hey, there's Mr. Kawasaki there. Hello, sir.
Yeah, I want to be Tom Cruise's activity friend.
Yeah.
Hello.
I don't want to get too far away from our debate. I need to get Caleb's input. So
my input on global warming.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and minimize.
Here we were stuck.
I don't want to minimize the nuance here. I need a yes or no.
Yes or no?
Is this happening? Are we being had?
Phrase the question appropriately. Do you think that human beings are the main
Why are we
cause
being lied
for
to?
Global warming / climate change, whatever they're calling it this week?
I think I will preface it by saying I am extremely wary of things that I am told that other people believe. I'm a redneck by heart. Okay. That being said, it does get awful cold and awful hot randomly, it seems, and I don't pretend to be a meteorologist or someone who understands or studies or cares really about this kind of stuff. I like to keep my environment clean locally, and I don't like it when when companies can make shit messy and fuck up rivers and stuff like that. So I think that I don't really know about global warming. I don't know if it's legit or not. I think that the environment is very important. I do think that is incredibly important, and I think that if fighting global warming also has a positive effect on the environment, I would be for that.
Well, it could be a yes and no there, though, because all right, so you could look at pollution's a big fucking coverall kind of thing, but we could talk about, say, a company like DuPont that's forever chemicals and them ending up in the waters and microplastics and that stuff. Nobody likes that, right,
that's
left,
bad.
center.
Yeah, of course.
But I don't want you telling me what kind of stove I can have. I don't like you telling me what. I take that fucking bullshit nonsense out of every shower that I use. That thing that slows down the flow rate.
Restrictor thing.
They got a restrictor plate on my shower. I can't handle the full blast, please. Okay. Like I don't want one on my car either. Like I'm okay with emission standards, I suppose, but I cheat them.
Kyle, I take off the restrictor on every sink and every shower. In addition to that, we have a fucking household booster pump that increases the pressure to this bitch. If it doesn't hurt a little, we're not done yet.
That. And the same with toilets. I remember, and it may be King of the Hill that sort of shines some light on this. It's that
it's a good episode. The low flows. And
I don't know the exact numbers, but they went from like 1.5 liters or gallons, whatever the metric is, per flush, down to like 0.75 or something. It's like, look how much water we're saving. It's like, dude, I got to flush 3 fucking times though. It's over and over. You're using more water because you
Have
can't
you ever
get a
shit at
dump
a friend's
down
house
with a weak ass toilet.
Have you ever shit at a friend's house that has one of those toilets? And you're expecting, like, I'm expecting my toilet, which is like if I put your dog Murphy in there and I flushed it, he's going.
Exactly.
He's getting sucked down
towards the equator.
Yeah, it's stressful. Like, you watch that water barely get sucked under. It's like, oh, how's this gonna handle me?
You gulp audibly.
This isn't even a bad day for me, and you're barely getting it done.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, damn it! Like, and I chose the bathroom that's adjacent to the room that we're hanging out in, and now they're gonna know that I flushed twice.
I've never clogged a toilet, by the way.
Wow.
Okay.
I have an dainty asshole.
I haven't since I became like an adult man and figured it out.
This is as unrealistic as global warming. You've never clogged a toilet ever?
I've never clogged a toilet. The only thing I've ever done is put a carrot in a toilet, and that clogged it.
That counts.
I would argue toilet clogging is not really about the poop. It's typically about the toilet paper.
Oh, it's 100% toilet.
Yeah,
right.
That might be reminiscent of an odd shit.
I don't think you'd have to have so much actual shit in order for the poop itself to clog it.
True.
It can handle an infinite amount of shit.
And it would have to be durable poop, right? Because mostly once you start stirring it around, now you have a solution.
You have to be
not a solid.
Like avocados falling
solution.
in
Yeah.
An unripe avocado, a rubber avocado.
Mm-hmm. The times that it would happen when I was a kid, you're right, is like 100% because you're just using like a child amount of toilet paper where you're like wrapping your hand 8 times per wipe. And then you're like, why is it? And it's like, there's so much toilet paper, you can't even see that anyone shit here. It's just the layers.
And you're like,
I overflowed. When I was I can't believe I'm just remembering this. When I was like 8 in grade school, I like on the way to or from recess, I don't recall. I took a shit in the bathroom, clogged the toilet with just a full roll probably of grade school toilet paper. And it was the first time maybe in my life that I realized that like adults they're not going to know if you did something bad if they don't see you do it. And so I just left with water pouring over onto the floor. And like later that day, Mom comes to pick me up at 3. I see a janitor in there earning his keep, and it was fine. Never got in trouble for it. Shout out to my principal. I'm sorry for that. He's undoubtedly dead by now. There's no way that guy's alive.
No,
unless he's
guy.
102.
I know you're pretty open about your bathroom activities, Taylor. You laughed at me when I told you that I run water when I piss if there's a girl near enough by to hear me pissing, and I want her to do the same, and I tell them to do the same. I don't want to hear your piss either. But I had a girlfriend who had a very old, weak toilet, and it wasn't that it needed multiple flushes. It did, but each flush was like, it's about how fast the water is coming when you hit it, and how much it's the velocity and the volume of water that comes out when because in prison you flush that thing and it's like boom, and like it's like a black hole opened up and swallowed everything, and suddenly everything's soaked, and everything turns from like dirty to like pristine instantly. There's so much pressure hitting it.
It peels the shit.
Yeah.
Her toilet, it was like you had some water in your cupped hands and you just went, here you go, little fella. and so I would genuinely do this. I would go in there and do my business. But before I even sat down, I would take the lid off the toilet and I would take the glass that my toothbrush is in and get multiple glasses of water from the sink and load up the tank to make this toilet a good toilet.
That sucks. I don't want to have, like, if I'm going to the bathroom, I don't want to do like a prep.
I would have modified her flapper. You know, a little float that's on a bar.
He did.
It wasn't that. You could pull that with your hand. You you take the lid off, you reach in there and just give it full blast. That wasn't the issue. It was just an old toilet, and it's also about the angle
where the fill point is, right? You can bend it so that it's naturally pointed up, and then it would have to go higher to stop filling.
You guys like bidets?
True.
I've never used a bidet. Are you a bidet?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a bidet.
Yeah.
Woody's got a nice bidet.
I have a really nice bidet.
You got like a Kohler bidet, like a heated one?
Yeah. Oh, it's heated. The seat's heated. The toilet seat is on a remote control.
Holy shit!
They make this Korean guy. He's got a little camera in there. And there's a Korean guy in Korea, with a joystick, just doing this all day, washing
Ukrainian
butts.
Pilot to taking a minute off to handle my rear
end. FPV drone.
Do you have a bidet at your house, Caleb?
I have one from Temu that I have. Yeah.
What
the Temu bidet?
Getting some lead sprayed on your butthole every day, huh?
Temu's like a like eBay for poor people. eBay and Facebook Marketplace combined with Amazon. Yeah.
Oh,
it's like
a lot of their products have lead on them.
So it's like
and imagine you're buying stuff from eBay, but eBay is like, this is brand new and it's actually 9 years old.
Okay.
That's like kind of what it's like. Yeah.
All right, what's the market for this? Like, why not go to Amazon?
It's incredibly cheap.
It's like $4.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
$4.
It's heated, though?
It'll be so cheap that you'll
Oh.
use a special credit card to make the purchase. Keep an eye on it. And then when the product shows up after 3 months of sailing across the ocean from China, literally, you're like, oh, I forgot this thing. 4 cents. That goes a long way at China. All right. It's shockingly cheap.
It's crazy. I actually had some coronavirus shipped over in 2020 from Temu.
Really?
Well, wait, your bidet shoots cold water? I can't get past that. It's cold?
It blasts my ass with cold water. Yeah.
No, mine shoots cold water into the poop for like the first 10 seconds. And then once the cold water's out and it knows that it's warm, then it changes and goes for your butt. So you don't get that cold blast to be repaired later.
He didn't go to Temu.
He didn't save with Temu.
Yeah. No, I didn't.
So you have a delicate little asshole?
I have a dainty asshole. Yeah.
Okay.
You have a dainty asshole.
I feel like an artist, a pianist.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. I would say it's rare. I think my poop haplotype is rare. My shit haplotype, my gastrointestinal haplotype is rare.
Oh, that's a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
You never. Well, yeah. Would you rather have common shits?
I wouldn't want a dainty asshole. I want a hardy hole. Yeah. I want that thing to be able to handle some rough.
You're limited to Korean boyfriends only.
I would say the dainty aspect applies to what comes out of it as well. I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I have perfectly consistent shits and have for basically my whole life.
That's good.
Must be
very lucky.
I think most people do, as long as if I have a horrible diet for a while, I'll be like, what's going on here? Oh yeah, my eating for the past week.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, every morning pretty easy.
I do have a lot of like stomach pains and like really weird like nausea and shit, just like everybody else. But it just seems like my shits are always really unique and normal. I mean, normal, not unique.
Yeah, just daily fits of nausea, like everybody gets.
Yeah, like everybody.
You hear some voices,
sharp,
get a few visions,
stabbing,
whatever.
Exactly, stabbing pains, grief-induced hallucinations, etc.
That'd be like the worst symptom ever to look up on Google and scare yourself is like nausea and like stomach organ pain, because there's no limit to what that AI bot is going to tell you about yourself.
Yeah, dude. You will die. You're going to die.
Already dead.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
too late.
What color's the blood in your shit? How did you know?
I immediately started thinking about Drifter when you started saying all those crazy like symptoms.
R.I.P.
I'll say that. I'm so curious about his deal. You know, like, are you familiar with Drifter, Caleb?
I'm vaguely familiar. If you keep explaining, I think I'll. Okay.
Yeah.
Drifto 0R.
Yeah. Basically, every time he comes on, it's
solved.
He's like, I think we've gotten to the bottom of the syndrome from which I suffer, for which there was no name before I got it. And his symptoms are awful. Like the last time he was on here, maybe the last two, he's in a bed and he's got this elaborate camera setup that's looking straight down at his like head on a pillow.
So
and he's got like a mouse and keyboard setup. And there's a second camera that shows like, yeah, I'm in bed. It like zooms out, it's across the room or whatever, like a porno shot. And it's like, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
I haven't seen this episode.
He did multiple hours with us. And then on Halloween, he dressed as a crippled clown. He's in the bed thing, but he popped in a little bit late like you did. We may have been doing a multi-guest show even. Yeah, look at this.
Thank you.
What is what is his syndrome?
They don't know. They don't fucking know.
It's
not a bit.
15 different.
No. All right. Well, look, I don't know him personally, but if it's a bit, he is really sticking to it, man. It'd be like finding out Harley there isn't Canadian or something, or that he's short. It'd be like a real long con if Drifter ain't sick.
A really long con. It's been years.
Not a lot of payoff. Like to have.
I believe him. When we talk in private, he'll be like, depending on what the most recent doctor trip was like, he'll either be optimistic or pessimistic, and both feel real when we talk about it, like, in private before and after the show and stuff. We always wish him well. So I'm always curious about.
Shout out to him, cool guy. Hope he's sitting upright. Hope he's
not in bed.
There was one
standing, maybe.
If I remember, there was one point during the show where like he had been laying down just flat the entire time, deathbed style, and then out of nowhere he's like, "Oh, 1 sec." Then he like took his headphones off and like got up and walked away. And I was like, "Oh, this isn't as bad as I thought it was."
Didn't he leave the show early once so he could go like to the movies on a date or out to dinner or something?
Like, all right, I'm heading out to go dancing. It's like, wait, what? You've been saving up all day for enough ambulatory technique for now? Like it is funny to see, but you don't want to judge people like that either, because every now and then on TikTok, I'll see someone call out some guy in a handicap spot, and he'll raise his pants leg to reveal he doesn't have legs, that they're fucking titanium. Mm-hmm. And it's like, ooh, so sorry. So sorry. So I don't know. You never know what people are actually dealing with, what it feels like. I've been deathly ill before, but if you needed me to run across the room and pretend like I was healthy, I could do it. You could. I've never been so sick that I couldn't at least put on a happy face.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What do you guys think about ginger?
I don't have souls.
Fine.
I mean, they're
like the root.
lesser beings.
Oh, the root. I like it. On
I think
Asian
it's real. I believe in it.
I really like not mincing, but like shaving some off in like a stir fry, or a curry or something.
I love ginger.
I like
I eat ginger. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I've been eating, maybe the reason I have I was thinking about this while you guys were talking. I think maybe the reason my shits are dainty is because I'm a regular consumer of ginger.
Do you know what figging is?
I do not. What is that? Oh, when you take ginger and you put it in your asshole?
Yeah. Figging is when you take a bit of ginger and you shape it and peel it to expose, the membrane of the ginger root, which is very and then you stick it in someone's asshole.
Figging with an F?
Are you sure it's an I?
Oh, bring me a figgy pudding. That kind. Figging.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like that.
I got a different name for it, but
yeah.
Fun. Good old fashioned clean fun.
Tuesday.
So you eat ginger.
What do you
every
get
day?
from putting the ginger up your butt? Is this a sexual thing?
It does not feel good.
Oh, yeah.
So if you've
Validation.
eaten ginger or smelled ginger,
Yeah.
it's like garlic times 10. It's a wasabi. I think it's related to wasabi even. The fruit that wasabi is made from. I don't know if you've had that, but it's very intense, pungent, uncomfortable, and overwhelming. I would say sort of flavors and chemical things are happening. It's like that, but your butthole. So it's really hurting and being like an uncomfortable thing. Yeah, it's figging.
I hate that.
But why do people do it? Is it a health remedy or
no? It's a BDSM practice
thing.
Oh, now I get it.
For some, yeah.
That's what I
Oh,
needed
you're
to
being
learn.
serious?
Did you think this is made up? This is a BDSM
thought this was
practice.
like this was like a guru health kind of thing.
No,
This is legit.
Dudes
Yeah.
everywhere sticking ginger roots up their ladies' buttholes and being like, "You like that, you dirty whore?
Why
You like
wasn't I
that?
notified of
Burns.
this
Take it
earlier?
out, daddy. Please take it out." No, you figging all the way tonight.
No, sorry, I lost it. Your asshole gobbled it up.
Figging is
I
the
guess it was
practice of
Good thing I brought
inserting
more.
a piece of skinned ginger root into the human anus in order to generate an acute burning sensation. Historically, this was the method of punishment, but it has since been adopted as a practice of BDSM. All right, yeah, everything Kyle said.
Unreal. You're so educated sometimes.
Yeah, I know it all, man. I know it all.
Well, I guess Caleb knew that too. He's an educated guy with a
I love thinking, yeah.
I'm the worst person to show an internet video to. That like people will lean their phone toward me, and I'll get a glance of it, and I'll be like,
Seen it.
they're like, "Hey, I don't know what is that on the street?" And I'll glance, and I'll be like, "He fell off his bicycle. The truck ran over his head. And his brain splattered out. If you look to the right, a woman's about to approach and react strangely." Like I've seen that video so many times, dude. That's memorized. That's in the core of my brain.
Yeah, that's a
Like,
good
I've
thing
seen
to have,
all the internet videos. We're on Reddit. Does your phone tell you, Woody, every night, like every week? My phone gives me a health update every week, and it's like how much screen time I've had and various apps. I don't even want to look.
I don't want to look either, and it's my laptop that does it for me. But it's the same thing. It's an Apple laptop, and
There's dozens of hours a week. You know,
I don't like that. I think that's passive aggressive. I don't want my technology telling me or guilting me.
Yeah, reminding you, hey, guess what?
Did you know that you spent 50 hours on YouTube this week? It's like
You fucking loser.
Keep it to yourself.
in my
definitely
defense,
do.
I was asleep for some of those.
50?
Oh,
now that's fair. I sleep to YouTube playing continuously. So at night when I go to sleep, I switch to my guest profile because the algorithm's stupid, and I put it on my thunderstorm music, just thunderstorm noises. And but so it's playing the entire time I'm asleep. And my most watched app, isn't Netflix or Hulu or HBO or even Plex. It's YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh,
YouTube's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
What is
Do you
mine?
fall
Let me
asleep
see.
in silence, Caleb, or do you need something on?
I fall asleep reading the Bible every single night.
Good for you.
Let's see.
Solid.
Any favorite verses?
Screen. No, I'm actually new to it. I'm still learning. I'm in the Old Testament right now.
Oh, that's the Jewish part. Yeah, don't worry, it gets better.
You want to
That's
get
the
through
fun part.
the Testament, the New Testament.
Don't tell him that guy dies.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil anything.
Fuck, I have no idea.
There's a huge
no,
amount of Exodus that you're going to be like, all right, skip. Because there's a lot of so-and-so begat.
How can you make it through
begat.
Exodus and feel like God's the good guy anymore? When he hardens Pharaoh's heart, it's that's like a villain. The fact that God, so for the uninitiated here, the made up idea, sorry, historians, that the pyramids are like built by Jewish slaves that were held by Egyptians, and then God came with his and helped Moses with the plagues out to force the Pharaoh to, like Charlton Heston said, let my people go. Well, if that happened, even the way it happened in the Bible is after several really awful plagues. I don't know, frogs are raining from the sky.
Locusts.
I think the Nile turned to blood. There's locusts and stuff.
You know the
Pharaoh is like, all right, you know what? Moses was not full of shit at all. We prayed to Ra all day, nothing. And here come the frogs again. He's made up his mind. And God goes, oh, did you change your mind? Did you? Too bad, because these plagues come in a set, and I got a few more coming. So I'll harden your heart, change your mind, basically like influence you in such a way that you are not even the bad guy anymore. I am. That's what God does. Pharaoh was going to let the Jews go, and God was like, no, don't let them go yet. I'm not done with you.
Dude,
I'm here to prove a point.
You got to get to that New Testament. New Testament, when Jesus shows up, it all turns around.
The Sermon on the Mount.
Yeah, Sermon on the Mount, the Beatitudes, Matthew 5. It's way better. You know,
I don't know why the Old Testament is even included in the Bible. Like
the New Testament, if you're a Christian, the New Testament is infinitely more important.
Excuse me, the Old Testament is what I meant to say.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, he's like the 2.0. He put the cherry on top.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity would be a much better religion if you had Genesis, and then you started the New Testament.
Yeah, Genesis, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, just to skip all that stuff and go
what
right.
What about the
to
Apocrypha?
The Apocrypha?
Yeah.
All the books like the Gospel of Thomas that at some point, like the Council of Nicaea.
Books.
Did Mary Magdalene really have one? Like, is that a thing? I've always heard that there was a book of Mary.
I've heard that. I don't, I think it should be for the boys.
And by the way, Woody, what we're getting at here is that when they assembled the Bible, it wasn't like, oh yeah, here are all the pieces. Like, you open a puzzle box and you got the right number of pieces, hopefully. No, they were like, oh, we got to go through all of these biblical-ish books that were written by the biblical historians. Let's pick and choose which ones work for us. What do you think, John? And they horse traded. Like our Senate does. Well, I really hate prostitutes. Well, let's get this in. Leviticus it is. Oh, I want Leviticus in there too, sir. And then someone clearly spoke up about the slavery parts.
I was raised in a household that spent more time talking about sex than God. So when he said the Apocrypha, I was like, is this a joke? Because I was about to be like, what about the Silmarillion? Like,
Same thing.
I didn't know.
We could also
know about what do you guys know about hermeticism? You ever heard of that?
No,
I'm not familiar with.
Is that when you're born with both male and female body parts?
That's hermaphrodite.
No. The hermeticism's been like blowing up. I've been seeing TikToks of people. It's an ancient thought process, or I guess it's a religion. I'm not sure. The Egyptian god Thoth and Greek god Hermes fucked and made a guy called Hermes Trismegistus, and then they made this thing called hermeticism. Have you ever heard of as above, so below?
Yep.
Yeah.
The whole like seven. What about the Kybalion? It's like all these. A lot of the principles of like the hand of the golden sun, the Knights Templars, the Illuminati, like all these people. It's like you have to find hidden knowledge. That's hermeticism kind of like. And a bunch of these kids on TikTok are talking about the emerald tablets holding the secret to life in the universe. They're like, it's the power of manifestation. Look at this stuff, this ancient book. And it's like they're discovered in like the 1920s and they're not even real. It's alchemy. A dude in the 1600s.
Exactly. Shit.
So this is like kind of almost Mormon adjacent in their finding of it. Like they took Thoth and Hermes and then fused them. Which, frankly, neither Thoth nor Hermes are like the heavy hitters of their religion.
Right. So the idea is it is old, right? And it's like it's kind of like the precipitation of alchemy. These guys, Hermes Trismegistus is like the father of alchemy, in some sense. And like it's not that it's new in terms of Mormonism new. Like it is very, very, very old. But it's like more so a part of philosophy. Like, I don't know if you guys do a lot of reading and stuff, but when you read, I try to read a lot about ethics, like a couple of years ago, and just try to read a bunch. I started with Hermes, like as old as possible, the Corpus Hermeticum. And then I went to like, a bunch of the Greek guys and then the Spanish guys, Espinoza. And then Jesus, obviously, the Sermon on the Mount, Lily in the Fields, Soren Kierkegaard, like all these different little ethical things. And that's how I learned about that hermeticism. But it's like this bigger, weird religion that's based in alchemy and mysticism and Gnosticism. And like there's a tie-in, like a Gnostic Christianity.
How many people are practicing it though? Like I hear about, I bet there's more people doing Santeria, right?
Probably
I'm not. I mean, it's not really something I don't really know how you would practice it, to be honest. Maybe people in like the Illuminati would be more so considered to practice that.
What is the moral belief system, I guess, of that sub-religion?
Grove of Owls thing.
Religion?
It's pretty straightforward. It's good. It's like it's very ethical. It's like the basis of it is that every single person is a god themselves. I think I can't really remember, but it's like every single person is a god themselves, and they will eventually realize that, and that's how they achieve nirvana. Like you realize you can create your own, you can manifest your own reality, and that could be interpreted as just like you can kind of you perceive things in a way that you can control. So like even if you have a negative situation, you can control the way that you react.
Narcissism or narcissism?
Narcissism. yeah. Dude, it's about the Illuminati talks a lot about it though. The Illuminati. Have you guys ever been invited to the Illuminati?
No, not yet.
No,
I'm irrelevant.
Dude, I got this in the mail. This thing in the mail here.
Oh, that's official.
I don't believe it's legit at all, but it was, if you look up Illuminati entrance letter, it doesn't show up. This doesn't, like if you do like a gag gift, like Illuminati gag gift, and someone put it in my mailbox with like calligraphy on the front of the thing. It was my address in calligraphy with my full name, and there was no return address. And like my house is like this. I used to live there. I don't live there anymore. But it was very weird. It was very, very, very strange. And I still haven't figured out who's pranking me. But if I sign it, maybe I can bring you guys with me.
What does it say? Like it's a full-on invitation?
Upon this eternal oath, I freely pledge to dedicate my mind to the discovery of knowledge, to dedicate my soul to the pursuit of enlightenment, to dedicate my efforts to the progress of abundance, to dedicate my existence to bringing all people in all places into unification.
Oh, I don't know about that last one. You had me there till the end.
That was a little commie.
Yeah, little globalists. And to dedicate my life and days upon this planet to the protection and advancement of the human species on this day of. But yeah, my girlfriend wouldn't let me sign it.
That's fun. I hope you make it, dude. If you get in, can you invite us to Bohemian Grove?
I'll bring you guys. I'll bring you guys. Yeah, me and Josh Peck.
What is the Nixon quote on? You know what Bohemian Grove is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like where all the elites and like industry titans and the really powerful people get
Alex
together.
Jones went
back as well.
Alex Jones crashed it. Nixon got invited, and he had a quote about it, and he said it was the most. What did he say? It's the most goddamn F slur thing I've ever seen. They're like, what do you think about Bohemian Grove? It's like, it's the most goddamn F slur thing you've ever seen. And he did that.
Yeah,
what is struggling with F slur? I love it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how it fixed grammatically.
Baggy.
We're gonna get demonetized.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I stretched it out.
You get banned off YouTube.
Damn it,
I legit thought he said baggy.
Like
baggy.
You can say it like that.
No, you have to say it with levity. Anyway,
I did.
Yeah, I don't think Nixon was probably wrong. I think it was probably
not a crook. I think he's just misunderstood Nixon.
President.
Was he in a
that's the most baggy thing he's been? There's better parties than Bohemian whatever. Rhapsody,
I don't know. Maybe in the 70s.
See if Nixon was in a fraternity. Like because I think of Bohemian Grove and like the skull and bones and all that stuff is partially there's going to be some sort of weird like spanking and jerking off in a coffin type stuff going on.
Sacrificing to Moloch.
Yeah,
you might sacrifice to Moloch. You know, you might have to perform some sex act. You know, on a other participant, like in that movie. Oh, I just watched the movie. It was like that. It was about Bohemian Grove. That stuff's really creepy. Because there are secret societies, like they aren't just nonsense. What we're talking about, it's we know that the Bushes were both in the skull and bones thing, and we know that part of their ritual is jerking it in a coffin while everybody waits outside. It's so weird.
I don't like that. But Zach, with his deep dive of knowledge, got the full Nixon quote, and it is Nixon. You know what happened to the Romans? The last 6 Roman emperors were fags. Let's look at the strong societies. The Russians, goddamn, they rooted them out.
Oh, wow.
It's not just the ratty part of the town. No, the upper class in San Francisco's that way. The Bohemian Grove, which I attend from time to time, is the most faggy goddamn thing you could ever imagine. With that San Francisco crowd, I can't shake hands with anyone from San Francisco.
That's crazy.
Man, what a fun guy.
He's not
What a goofy
tolerant.
bastard.
No, he's not.
He's a man of his time. When was he born? 1910 would be my call. 1910 would be my call on when Nixon was born.
I don't know like, him, but I like him.
When people judge those old dudes that were born in other centuries, it's like, come on, give him a little leeway here.
Yeah, I was born in the 90s. Give me a break.
There you go. There you go.
We're all born in another century, another time.
Well,
When were you born, Taylor?
91.
Okay, I think we had this conversation last time, but I forget.
Yeah, I'm 33. 33. Getting old.
You ever get spanked at a fraternity, Taylor? Anything like that?
No, I didn't.
You ever get left out? Or?
Were you a frat? Were you in a frat?
No. A lot of my buddies were in frats, and so I would still hang out with that crowd. But no, I never got spanked or got to spank.
Can I say I don't want to be part of an organization that involves man-on-man spanking at the beginning that's ritualistic and public? I just don't want to be part of your group.
I don't think it's that. I looked into fraternity hazing rituals on the internet. I was like, there's no more secrets. I've always wanted to know what those frats really do. Let's look into it. And it wasn't as gay or cool as I thought it was. It was all like, I don't know. For example, they'd say, Kyle, today, when asked, you need to present 27 cents exact change. If you don't, then you have to do push-ups. It was no jerking off on a pizza.
That's a lame
last
fraternity.
guy eats it.
I bet their house
like
sucks.
that.
No, Woody is right. Because it was funny the dichotomy in my friends who were in frats. Because some of them I'd be like, so what do you guys have to do for your fucking hell week? Like the last week of getting hazed. And some of them would be like, I can't tell you. It's super secret. And the other ones would be like, we basically have to carry around a plastic bag with a lighter, joint rolls, an eighth of weed, and 10 cigarettes at all times. So a brother comes up and asks for something, we can give it to him. And if we don't, they yell at us. Oh, and a couple nights they force us to get so drunk it's uncomfortable, and then we still have to get up and get all dressed up in our Sunday best the next morning at 5 a.m. and go to some song and dance before class.
And also the drinking was only semi-mandatory. If you didn't feel well or it just wasn't your vibe, they didn't.
Yeah, this is lame.
It's not like the 80s. My dad.
Now I don't want to be in the frat because they're pussies.
My dad was in a frat.
You can't whoop a kid. I expected more spanking. I envisioned jock straps. I envisioned some laughing. Okay.
I expected some kidnapping, putting in the trunk, and then transported, and they have to find their way back.
Fake blood.
I knew some people who went to Radford, which is a school in Virginia. And there was I don't know if it was true, but they used scopolamine, which is the drug that they use in South America. I think it's a date rape drug technically, but it's the one where it makes you influenceable, to where it's suggestible. So you'll do stuff for people, and you can synthesize it. And they synthesize it and then they used it on each other. You mean
when you say they could synthesize it, you could make it in your own kitchen?
I don't know exactly, but I know someone who has synthesized scopolamine. I believe that's a crime.
I imagine it would be.
Maybe. You never know.
I don't know.
To your point about the other frat hazing, my dad told me, because my dad, he was born in early 60s. And so it was a different time when he was going through.
Thank God he's older than me.
Yeah, he's older than me. That would have been a real mistake if my dad was your age.
18?
16, yeah, 18. And he was saying that something he had to do when he was getting hazed for his fraternity is they made him wear, and everyone in the pledge class, wear burlap underwear for a week straight. And then stripped them down into nothing but their burlap underwear, drove them blindfolded into a cornfield somewhere. It's the Midwest. And then just left them in a cornfield and made these men in burlap underwear have to wander back to campus. And I was I would, it may be the type 3 fun, Woody said before, but
type 2
at the time I'd be fuck these guys. These pieces of shit.
Fuck
my dick
guys.
is all itchy. My ass doesn't feel good.
But I think you'd be a little more bonded with your brothers, right? It's the kind of experience that puts you together. I don't hate that. I don't want to do it as a grown up, but as a college kid.
There was a guy when I was in school, and this wasn't technically hazing, but so they were a couple of years older than me. That must have been because I was a freshman, and my dorm was right next to Sigma Chi that fraternity, and they got kicked off campus that year because a brother in their front yard in full view of like a whole party, like hit one of the pledges in the face with a shovel, and he had to go to the hospital and like lost a bunch of teeth and had a broken nose. And that didn't seem like hazing. That seemed like assault to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not that funny.
No, it's
You
really
say
not.
tomato, I say tomato.
There's no joke there. There's no haha. Let's all have a good time with silly underwear.
You can
But
make
you go to college for it,
very
Tyler.
easily, by the way.
You can mix dopamine easily?
It's a flower, and you extract it using water and sort of pressing it and making maybe I think you mentioned a pumice stone.
Oh, wow,
maybe as
easy.
well. Yeah.
Okay.
Known as devil's breath. You know it's good.
You could probably order that flower offline. I know that with like DMT, they just order that bark from Europe and make
You
it
can
in their
buy
kitchen.
mushroom spores too, but it takes more talent to grow than I have, hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Yeah. Theoretically, you could just get them online and grow them in a shoebox in your closet, like a friend of mine did successfully.
Well, some people just get
Your friend
mold
must be
and
a smart
you
guy.
can't eat it.
He said he put it in a wet dirt shoebox. And
Your
then
friend's a fun guy. Get it?
Oh,
Yo, shit.
classic.
I hate mushrooms. If I had mushrooms, I would throw them away. Like I wouldn't take them. I always have a bad reaction.
I don't want any, like, I haven't dabbled in hallucinogens in my whole life. I guess I did a super small amount of mushrooms in college, literally once. And other than that, never. And at this point, it's like, I think I'm good. Like,
What?
I don't
Dude,
really
you need
want LSD.
Will
I don't
you
want
drop
shrooms.
acid with me if I could acquire some?
Yeah.
On the pod.
Not on the podcast.
Or maybe we went to.
I was somewhere
Is it legal
comfortable.
anywhere? Like is Amsterdam? Is LSD legal?
Did like Seattle or something do it and back off?
They did
backed
mushrooms, psilocybin, I thought, and they
They're doing
sort of
ketamine now.
criminalized everything to a certain extent. You know what I mean?
Ketamine's
But I
getting
think they
chill
backed
now.
off on that.
Yeah,
What is?
ketamine, they're calming down a bit.
Ketamine.
Woody has ketamine. Yeah.
I'm out of ketamine.
He
Shows
gets
what
some
he
more. Don't
knows.
worry.
Two-man style.
I don't want to do a drug and then find out like, oh, I love this. I want to do it all the time.
Yeah, true.
Like,
That's
Think
how
about what
I
you're
am.
Saying though,
I'm kind of on the
oh,
opposite.
I hope there's no more wonderful things in life.
I haven't touched any drugs or alcohol in 5-6 weeks. Like
I'm
zero.
good with the number I've got now.
Yeah,
I haven't
5 or
even
6
had
weeks.
sugar.
Is that a joke?
I wanna
Yeah,
know.
sugar is a drug.
I'm good with just weed as far as drugs go. Like,
I feel like a
not
fucking
even
pussy.
crazy.
Do you smoke weed, Kyle? Allegedly.
I'm smoking some stuff right now. You know, I'm
At an Olympic level.
I've got THCA vapes is usually what I go with. Although I've been smoking some THCA flower recently because it's, I don't know, it seems very potent, like a little hit of it, and it makes me wonder because I believe the way you make THCA flower is you take hemp buds and you mist it with THCA, like you're so you didn't need the hemp buds. You know what I mean? You could have put it on anything. Right. I wish that they would take the THCA, spray it on real marijuana, make some double marijuana.
That'd be powerful.
Yo,
That's what I want.
Too much.
What about you, Woody? You do any drugs?
I have, but I haven't lately. And I lied. I had a lifesaver yesterday, so my sugar-free thing was kind of bullshit. But so I'm mostly avoiding everything right now.
A lifesaver.
Yeah, it was like a gummy lifesaver too, not like a.
Oh, come on!
It was in the pantry. That you buy these things and it's hard to say no.
Dude, 2 weeks ago I had enough fudge to kill a diabetic.
Have you guys ever had knoppers or knoppers? They're like it's like a German wafer thing. They're so fucking insanely good.
Is this a candy or a drug?
It's not a drug. It feels like a drug. Honestly, it is a candy.
Yeah, I was like,
no, it's Knapper. It's a German drug. No, it's a
candy.
It's like a hazelnut chocolate, milky. It's fucking good, dude.
Is it those discs?
They're square.
To be honest about your question, though, in my life, I've had ketamine, mushrooms, pot, alcohol. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Are you a stone sober, raw dog in life?
Straight edge.
Straight edge. That is.
Oh, dude, I'm so straight edge that it is lame. It's genuinely lame. My vice is ginger. Legitimately, sounds like a joke, but it's not.
When's your last drop of alcohol?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm similar.
Just don't enjoy it.
I don't. Yeah, like the last time I know I drank a beer, which I surely have had a drop since then, was when I turned 21. I bought a grapefruit beer, like an IPA or something like that, and I was like, "This is fucking terrible," and then just never drank. And my dad, like everyone in my family, drinks a lot.
Just not you.
So
man, that's a
bitter.
terrible beer to start on. A grapefruit IPA.
Bitter on bitter.
That's the word. Man, I can't. I'm a vegetarian. I've never had meat in my whole life. I'm going to start with rat.
Who gave that to you?
I don't know. It just looked. It looked appealing. I don't know. I've tasted other beer before. Like I've tasted different IPAs, and I don't like light beer. I'd rather just drink water.
I wondered if someone did to you what I intend to do to my son. My son just turned 21, and he wanted to try alcohol. If you don't want your kid to drink alcohol, I think it's a mistake to like keep it from them as this mystery gold over the other, over the mountain type thing. Yeah. So I'm like, we need to get this kid some Jack Daniels, some straight vodka, whatever. Because I want him to just smell it. And
I got you then.
Guinness. Okay. Guinness?
Either Guinness
or beer.
Or Guinness is a very
I don't think I have to try that hard, and like give him fucking Absolute or something. Like he won't like
do beer.
Alcohol.
Yeah, do beer. Because I'll tell you right now, if I had to sit here and drink a 20-ounce Guinness, I'd be making a face, dude. It would be so I mean, I'll man up and get it down, but I'm gonna hate every fucking moment.
I liked it as a teenager. It was one. Well, I didn't like any of them, but I tolerated it more. And I also liked this is old. I don't know if they make it, but Michelob Dark. We used to call it the Doctor MD.
Okay,
it was our favorite beer.
Get Jack Daniels for him then. Jack Daniels is rancid.
Yeah,
it is so fucking gross.
I bought a bottle once.
In the thing.
Who?
What?
Kurt Russell. What was he drinking in the thing?
Oh, in the thing.
Oh,
is it green?
Green bottle. He had a mixed. He had a mixed drink. He had maybe Jim Beam.
Was it Jim Beam or is like Jameson?
Jameson.
They're
maybe?
all heinous to me.
It might even. All right, I'm with you on Jameson now. I think you have it. I think it was Jameson.
Okay. Of all those, Jack Daniels is the worst.
I've never had any of them.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Have you smelled them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can barely get past. Like I smell it, and it triggers unpleasantness in my mind.
Or gets Everclear and he'll like smell Everclear and be like, "This is what alcohol is." Oh my god, this is the most.
Colin, let me tell you why that's purest alcohol for you.
So, you can light a fire with this.
That's a bad idea because my first Manhattan or something, some strong drink, I'm gonna hate it. But the second one's great. And everyone after that's delicious too. They get better as the night goes. So you don't want to. If I take a shot of tequila, the second shot is going to taste okay, and the third one's going to be smooth, and the fourth one I'm going to sip a little like I'm Antonio Banderas. Like wow. I think if you just got a 6-pack of beer, like almost regardless of what kind, nobody likes that taste at first.
Yeah,
it's not good.
Dude, I like Dr. Pepper. That's my thing.
Yeah, we're on this Sprite zero sugar thing right now. This is
still on that. Yeah,
I haven't had it for a long time, but you know what's vastly underrated? V8.
Ooh, Spindrift's good. Taylor is pretty fucking solid. Yeah.
V8's like eggnog.
V8 is great.
I want one.
I love V8. I fucking love V8. My dad loves V8 too.
If I look at the can, I can taste every ingredient. Like, oh yeah, tomato, celery. I get it. What else is in here?
Salt.
Have you ever had a Bloody Mary? It's basically V8 mixed with vodka.
I don't know. If I have, it's been way long.
Disgusting.
Whenever I would go out with the ladies for a brunch and they'd be having those like 11 a.m. cocktails, I would always get one of those because I felt like it was the least likely to make me sick. Like early in the morning. I didn't like drinking that early, but everybody's drinking.
What's the morning drink? Mimosa?
Yeah, mimosa.
Mimosas beat the tar out of Bloody Marys because mimosa, a huge percentage of it is just orange juice. Like it's mostly orange juice and then a little champagne. And champagne has so much sugar in it anyway. Like it just tastes like a little.
You ever gone to bottomless mimosas?
I have. Not in many years, but I
get your money's worth.
A good time.
I recall a number of times just getting. It's like, boys, it's 10 a.m. bottomless mimosas, and then at like by 12:30 you're like trashed, and it's like the whole day is wasted. You're
think of all the orange juice you've had.
Yeah, you've had 500 calories of just orange juice. not ideal.
That's one of the problems with alcohol. Apparently, your body is really good at turning those calories into fat. It's
Pure
it's
fuel.
all pain, no gain. It's the worst.
Yeah,
that's why weed is better. Like with weed, with the calories from weed, all comes down to self-control after the fact, where it's like, this could be horrible if I just open a bag of chips and eat the whole thing, or if I like force myself to be good, then it's effectively 0 calories. But I'm never like 100%.
It doesn't make me hungry.
That's crazy.
Wiedenheimer doesn't.
Weed doesn't. No, it used to.
Really?
I bet if I have drinks, it does it. No, me not. I mean, it used to make me starving. I felt like there was a hollow spot, you know, in the center of my chest that needed to be filled. Like it genuinely felt like that. I remember before we did that eating contest with Lozon, or before we went to the Applebee's that night when I was baked. That's how I felt.
Drug. You were on PEDs for that competition?
You some bitch.
Absolutely, I was, and I came out on top. Okay, you know, maybe if Joe had used some performance enhancing drugs, things would have gone better for him that night. But he didn't. He wasn't hungry enough for it.
Have you tried any drugs, Caleb, or just not your wheelhouse?
I ate a mushroom once, didn't feel anything.
Really?
And I have had quite a few secondhand smoke marijuana experiences and didn't feel anything really, where people like blowing it in my face, trying to get me high and stuff. One
of the problems with mushrooms is they're inconsistent in their like efficacy. Yeah. Some of the stems are like nothing, and then other times you'd think you're weighing them and you're doing it scientifically, but you're weighing something inconsistent.
Yeah, stems and caps and stems.
Have you tried the candy bars, Woody? The mushroom candy bars?
I've never heard of them.
Yeah, so they're very popular. The last time I had mushrooms, it was somebody had a candy bar, and it looks like a Hershey's bar. You know, it's that factory stamped out rectangular bar of chocolate. And on the back, it's got a little guidance for you to read into. And it's like 1 piece. And it like, I don't remember what the verbiage was, but it was funny. And by the time you got to eating 3/4 of the bar, it was like Space Trip. It was called like Space Trip. And I ate 3/4 of that fucking bar. And I had like an existential crisis.
Was this a really long time ago involving Walmart and stuff?
No, this is like a year or two ago when I ate this candy bar. Just felt so darkly depressed about nothing in particular. It was just like, this is existence. We're just on this ball. It doesn't matter. like
that's the worst when you get too high. And like, if you do get that bafflingly high that you get panicky, it's like you're worried and scared, but you also have that self-hatred of like, you did this to yourself, you fucking idiot. Like you took that many gummy bears and now you're in a state where you're like, oh, everyone I know is going to die someday. Like, and it's not
all the time.
You gotta buckle in. Buckle yourself in.
That's like my daily life. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and I'll just call my parents to make sure they're alive.
Oh, they probably love that.
How old
they hate it. My mom is 57 and my dad just turned 50.
It'd be hilarious if my daughter called me all the time. Like, Dad, I think you're scheduled to die soon.
Dad, you alive?
It's really weird, yeah. He's like, what you want?
What do you want? I'm alive.
How's your chest feeling? Loose?
Yeah.
Nice and loose.
Are you having trouble breathing? Is your left arm numb?
Although Woody's so extreme with his sports, you know, maybe you texted me somebody had an accident today or something.
Yeah, remember? So on PKN, I described the guy who did the swoop landing and couldn't get up for an hour. It turns out he broke a vertebrae.
And that's what it was.
He's going to be okay. So I interpret it as not being displaced. If you don't break a lot of bones, displaced is the bone can be broken and you just see it on an X-ray, but it's still in the shape it's supposed to be.
Fractured, sort of.
Yeah. Well, broken in two is also called fractured, but displaced is when they're two separate parts and they're not where they used to be.
Yeah.
So I don't think he had that because he's just on some movement restrictions and he can't lift more than 10 pounds until August. And if you're a guy whose life is like outdoor oriented, to hear in June that like this year's fucked until August is really a bummer, but that's what he's got. Could be worse.
He's going to have to get a sim racer or something. He's going to have to like find himself an indoor hobby because you don't want to aggravate that. My dad had the stupidest injury. He was walking down an embankment this is years ago, to inspect like the embankment. He has a drainage pipe running under a road. He's checking for erosion and stuff, and he slips and falls on his ass, like butt first. But he falls pretty far, like because it's this skidding thing, and he ruptured a disc in his back, and it was a huge thing. Like he was crippled. But he had to shower with a chair. He had a lawn chair in his shower because he had to shower seated. He was basically bedridden for months and months, and finally he found a surgeon who was like, we fixed that to next week. You want it fixed or this week? And he's like, this week. And they just went in and nipped the nerve that was sending the pain to and immediately. Well, first of all, the left side of his right foot went numb forever. But he was like, who cares? Because he's like walking around 100%. They put some sort of a painkiller that was time released in the wound. So he was feeling no pain there, but like the nerve pain from the ruptured disc was completely gone. So like he was up and walking and like trying to get in shape again, like in 2 days. Like he
found the right doctor. I've seen a lot of accidents, and it's crazy. I've seen guys who we call it yard sailing, right? When like pieces of your motorcycle fly every fucking where, and everything's scattered, and you felt it's 100, I'm exaggerating. We'll say 75-foot accident, and then that guy just gets up and brushes himself off, and then there's another guy who like lands in the seated position, and it's not very dramatic to see, but he's partially paralyzed forever.
Yeah,
you can't always tell by like the instant reaction.
Compressing your spine is a big deal, and spinal injuries in general. What did Paulie say? Nobody knows nothing when it comes to backs, like something like that. Like a really complex part of our body. It's I don't think it was designed for upright walking creatures. It's just sort of been adapted to our ways.
It evolved that way.
Yeah. What is it like? So when you're calling your parents at 2 a.m, is this something you've done your entire adult life? Like
did
regularly?
You say 2 a.m, or did we add that?
I added that. You said middle of the night. And so.
Yeah, it's usually their middle of the night, so like late. But yeah, pretty much since I moved out. Yeah, I love my parents. They're awesome.
That's great.
I got mental illness.
That's okay.
That's a good one to have, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I care too much. I'm overly concerned for you.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it's a good, but also bad. I've gotten a lot chiller as an adult man. I was like very just regimented in like everything and trying to teach people stuff, like getting my dad books to read so he didn't have to stress as much. Because I could just see his like problems and I'd be like, well, those are easy to solve. Let me solve them for you. Obviously, I'm just a fucking ignorant child.
Yeah.
But
give him your reading list, and now he's learning about Hermes and Thoth.
And he's like, who the fuck are these people?
He's like, son, I love you, but this is not helpful.
I am the golden hand.
Yeah.
What does your father do? Does he still work?
He does still work. He's a farrier. He
they clean hooves, right?
He puts shoes on horses' feet and stuff. Yep.
Oh, I watch that on YouTube sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's
I like when they release those abscesses. It's really cool.
Squirts. Yeah.
It's
disgusting. It stinks.
I kind of don't get it sometimes. I'm like, so horses aren't supposed to have hooves? You're just going to cut all that out? Or like, why are hooves so poorly designed that they've got holes in the middle of them, or, like pockets that aren't supposed to be there?
It's mainly because wild horses, they have so much room to run. They shorn their own feet. But since most horses are in a stable, or they're very controlled in their movement, they can't wear their own feet down, so they'll grow. And they grow infinitely. Yeah,
it's probably part of the shoeing process. I even potentially creating an abscess. I always thought, and I've never seen it. Maybe Zach can find a picture of like wild Mustangs' hooves, because I think I read that they're like really splayed out and just overgrown.
They're real wide. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times abscesses are just like they'll step on something, get like a rock wedged in like a spot because the hooves are shorn down, like what Kyle's saying, and then it's just in a weak spot, and then it slowly gets, they're 1,000-pound animal running 30 miles an hour, so it just kind of gets smashed up into their into their frog, and sometimes a nail or something like that.
I wonder if they're real sensitive to the length of the hoof. Like Man, one of my legs is effectively a quarter inch shorter than the others because this goddamn farrier cut off too much hoof.
Yes. My dad is like that. One of his specialties is like conformation. So horses, he can tell based on their gait. Like some hooves he'll leave longer than others to change their gait to be more efficient. So like he's a lot more because he used to trim mainly racehorses in Northern Virginia. Like that was kind of his thing. So.
I was just going to say, without doxing him, like where in the country is he?
He's in Central Texas with me. He's actually outside at my house. He watched the dog attack the cow.
But they have him travel all over to handle horses in Virginia and such.
Not so much anymore, but back a couple of years ago when he was a lot more involved in it. He's trying to retire because it's a very exhausting job. And he'd rather just do whatever he wants than that. So I was like, I'll pay you to just do whatever you want.
Yeah. Just work out.
Just get shredded.
Just do pull-ups.
Good for him.
Yep.
That's funny. You have like a remarkably fit dad and you're still like, you alive?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's just digging a hole for like 3 hours outside. And I'm like over there looking at him, making sure he's upright. And he could outrun me. And there's no way I could I'm even close to being as physically fit as he is.
Damn. You got it. I mean, you got the genes for it though. You can get yoked.
Yeah.
You just got to start eating more than ginger.
I know that's my big deal is I can't eat much.
No appetite.
Just a week. Yeah, I wouldn't say no appetite necessarily, but I don't like to eat I don't like to be full really. Cause I have like, I guess I have what's called OCD of thought. Sometimes I'll have like a thought and then I just can't stop thinking that thought. And sometimes that thought is when I eat, I'm like, oh, I'm going to throw up. So then I just start thinking that a lot. I think it's called an eating disorder, to be honest, but I don't know. And I'm much better than I always have been. And I feel like I'm the heaviest I've ever been. I weigh 159 pounds right now, which is pretty awesome. So
that's good.
What other thoughts do you have that you can't shake?
I used to think that I was going to kill myself a lot, or never any. Yes. Like I was going to kill myself, or like when I would be driving, I'm like, I'm just going to drive off the road right now. And then I'd be like,
so you mean delete yourself?
Yes, exactly. Delete myself.
Yeah. Everyone on the road has thought like, I've never thought like I should do that. And I've thought like I could change. Bill Burr has a bit about that where he's like just thinking like you could change, you could be on the news. You could like,
yeah, it's so weird.
So why were you like, was something wrong or it was just a thought that you couldn't shake?
I don't know. I think there's always been something very wrong with me, to be honest. It's just like a lot of things that I feel like are bad and I shouldn't think about. I think about them a lot. Not as much now, fortunately. And it rarely ever has to do with like killing people.
Yeah.
I was all right.
I was asking, when I was an accountant, I used to sort of do this like cost benefit of different injuries. Like if I broke a leg.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I'd miss any work at all. But if I broke an arm,
dude.
I bet I'd get like 6 weeks off. That's how much I hated my job.
Man, I can't remember what I was watching. The guy wants painkillers. Oh, it's House. I remember there's an episode of House where he's trying to hurt himself in such a way that they'll actually prescribe him painkillers at a clinic somewhere. And I think he breaks a bone or something, and they're trying to give him Tylenol. He's losing his fucking mind.
I
will say that painkillers. It's one of the reasons I think I don't like kind of subconsciously like to drink or anything like that or do anything kind of crazy because I feel like I would just like go into it balls deep, just get crazy with it.
Did you get this
real good at it?
Like these thoughts as a kid, invasive thoughts?
Yes, I would say so. Yeah, I had I wouldn't say a psychotic break or maybe a nervous breakdown would be a good description. When I was like 15 years old, had a bit of a existential crisis, if you will. And I feel like pretty much since then, yeah.
What was the nature of it?
What was the impetus?
I was reading a lot of books and I just started to get incredibly obsessed with like nihilism and just thinking that stuff didn't matter and like wondering what motivated people. And I just felt like there was no motivation. And then one day while driving, I had a horrible panic attack and I didn't know what it was. So I associated it with a lot of different things. So it's like, basically from that point on, I couldn't go into a vehicle without having a panic attack, or think certain thoughts without immediately going into like a full-on panic attack. And then that just like led into me, you know, becoming, because of the physical stress of that, being very depressed and like dissociating for a long time and trying to read books. And then combining that with like negative ideology and negative philosophy just caused a really bad sort of negative.
That's a rough time.
Yeah.
I was
How
also
did you get to the other side.
I don't know, to be honest. I think just like, I wasn't like scared really or anything, or I think it's just the whole time I was always trying to better everything that I was doing. And I was like, I just like, there's no reason for me to not do the things that I need to do. Right. Like there was a time when I first started YouTube where I would play these stupid games. I would literally have to take a cold shower to be able to form thoughts where I could like speak and like direct my energy for an extended period of time without just feeling like, oh God, I'm just panicking all the time. I would take a cold shower specifically so I could think for like a couple hours. So I really don't know how I got out to the other side, but I feel great now. I feel very good and I feel stable and have for a long time. I've been through therapy and all that stuff. And I think really what it comes down to is like feelings. So like feeling like you don't really have control over something. That's like how I always feel, basically. That's like my innate sense. That's my innate feeling that I feel. And I think having like a lack of faith or confidence in myself is like the root of all that stuff. And since I've started to actively have faith in myself and like choose to feel a sense of faith, not necessarily in like a deity or a god or anything like that, but feel like, oh, this will work out. I've never felt like that before. And when I started to actively do that, I think I started to feel better. And like I could actually control my mind a little bit.
When you went to therapy, did you stick with the first therapist you saw, or did you bounce around until you found one that you thought was a perfect fit?
First one.
Is that how you do it again if you were a therapist?
I feel like that guy was really cool because he had a lot of respect. Like I came very prepared. So like I had read a lot of books and already was trying to learn like cognitive behavioral therapy and like all this stuff to help myself. And I was just like, how do I do this stuff? Like I'm trying to do this and I'm trying to be, you know, like you're the guy who is supposed to help me. And he just gave me like a really specific regiment that I could actively follow, and it helped almost instantaneously. So he gave me.
What does the regiment look like? I'm not following.
So the regiment, first off, I told him that I wouldn't take drugs because I feel like that would sort of the logic for me there, which I don't think this is a good, healthy thing to feel. But I feel like if I were to take SSRIs or something to help with depression or like anxiety or, you know, uncontrollable thoughts, then I would have lost, which is not a healthy mindset by any means. But it is something that I would have eventually conceded to, but it helped enough to where I never had to worry about that again. So what he prescribed was, or he didn't really prescribe it, but he suggested that I journal very consistently and try to make note of my thoughts, more so like whenever I would have any kind of thought, to just write it down so it's real. So I realize things that I'm thinking instead of just like having this crazy avalanche of just shit that's always going on. And mainly to be able to reflect on things. So like whenever I'm doing something positive, having those positive things be able to actually stick out instead of working against myself. That was the main thing. He called it ants, which there's a book about that. It's like automatic negative thoughts. You just, you know, even if your life is 60% good, 40% bad, they're relative or subjective, you're going to focus on the 40% bad. And when you're in a bad spot, you're going to focus on the 40% bad 100% of the time. So, and obviously I knew that, you know, I'm just a fucking regular ass white dude with parents who are awesome. And like, I have all this stuff and like, I'm not like rich or anything like that, but I have no reason to feel this way. So I knew that if I applied this stuff, I could eventually reason, and being able to reason started with being able to control my thoughts by getting them out of my head.
That's
what he prescribed.
I can relate to the success yet not fully happy sometimes. And it sounds like you do what I do sometimes, which is completely invalidate unhappy vibes. It's like, oh man, this fucking sucks. who are you to complain? You have a heated day, you fuck shit. Like, and now you're not happy. How many people would want to wake up today and not go to work? Your daily fucking day, you asshole. And it just there's a little hint at my inner dialogue.
Yeah.
Like a perspective shift. And by the way, if someone is in a crisis and they feel bad and they're depressed, it's not a good thing to approach them with. I've learned. It's like, hey, there's fucking people dying and starving everywhere. They're like, oh, I know. It's like, that's not it works really well on me and obviously you, but the perspective shift is a super powerful tool.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that focus on the negative thing, I used to do that. I'm much better now, but there was a time, say my YouTube comments were 95% positive. Well, I'm deaf to those, right? The 5% that told me what I did wrong.
Sycophants.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your word.
Sycophants.
Sycophants. Yeah, no, you're right. And then the 5% that had something negative to say, those
liars.
Are the ones that I'm like, they're truth tellers. They're the ones who see me for who I am.
Sycophants, liars. Dude, I always, whenever people shit on me, I always read it and like try to find parts, try to be objective and like find parts that are like valid. Like there's a Reddit called YouTube Drama. And sometimes my content is adjacent to that Reddit and they'll talk shit about me. They hate me. And I'll read it. And I'm like, man, some of this stuff is like very valid. Like this makes sense. I get it. And I'm not going to change, obviously, but like it does, I get it though. Like I completely understand. It's, I don't know. I've got a lot of respect for shitting on myself.
I just happened to
I think it's a good tool.
It is.
I uploaded an unlisted video. It was about a sick fish asking for help. And it made me look at the ratings for last week's episode, which were really bad. And I was like, what happened there? I didn't walk away thinking it was bad. And the comments were just shitting on all of us. We had an interruption problem. I think our guest had a tech issue. So he couldn't tell when we were talking and he kept talking over us. But the comments blamed us entirely. They were like, you keep interrupting your guests. I'm like, what, with the middle of my sentence? Really? That's not how I remember it. And I would like go out of my way to silence myself as soon as he interrupted me. And it was a challenge, but the comments were not kind to us.
And he would take over a conversation and go and go and go and go. And you couldn't interrupt him because he wouldn't hear your interjection for like 4 seconds. So then there'd be the back and forth nonsense. That was all him.
And that's not how the comments call it. So I read those and I was like, all right, I need to stop. I think that they're actually incorrect this time, but I don't know. I want to be like, give me a timestamp. Show me the time that I did the interrupting, because I that's not how I remember it, but I can be wrong.
Yeah, it does suck to get criticized and be like, damn, they're not only right, they're entirely right.
Yeah, I know that happens too. That happens too.
Yeah, because it's like there's so much that goes into the way people perceive things, and perception is not reality. So it's like I don't know. It's really, I don't know. It's very impersonal.
Yeah,
but fuck them, liars, sycophants,
all the mean comments. Zach, delete all the mean comments on this one.
Anything with a negative connotation. Fuck those people.
Get rid of all of them that aren't overwhelmingly nice.
Yeah, exactly.
There's 7 comments.
Fellatio.
There's 7 comments on the video.
There's 7 comments left. Yeah, they didn't like the show, and I think I thought our guest was a really good storyteller, but the technical difficulty I think was the root of the conversational issues.
Yeah, it was a tech thing for sure.
But
I was. Speaking of, you were talking about like the neurotic thinking, Caleb, you'd have as a young person, teens. Like I remember being so consumed with fear over like my loved ones dying and going to hell at the age of like 6, 7, 8, like all the way up to like 12, that it would like sleepless nights as like an 11-year-old being like, my grandparents are going to die. And there will be no way for me to know if they're burning for all eternity or if they're not. And I would just walk around day to day and be like, Taylor, did you do your reading homework? And I'm like, you're going to die. And you're going to go to hell. Maybe. What if I
learning about life? Yeah.
I don't want to die and go to hell.
Yeah.
I hope I make it to heaven. Is there a way to know? Yeah, that was so panic inducing for so long. My mom took me to a kid therapist when I was like 11 or 12 for that. and it was so unhelpful because he was like even looking back, like it was a Christian therapist, but like frankly, even like a normal Christian would have been like, you just cut it out, like stop worrying about like going all the time, like that's ridiculous. Like it's what a normal person would do. But I remember specifically sitting in that office and he's like, what's the issue? My mom's in there too, and I'm like, I can't stop obsessing over how everyone is going to die around me and either go to hell and burn for all eternity or not, and there's no way for me to know after they die what's going to happen. He was like looking at his paper and he's like, that's a very real fear. And
that's why it's important.
Awesome.
To worship him every day.
It was stressful. That guy stressed me out for like a whole nother year after that.
Taking you to me. I'd have been like, none of this shit's real, bro. They're going to get eaten by worms, and that's the end of their existence.
That wouldn't have helped. I'm
here to help.
No, it's so easy to fix that when you say, hey, son, what did they tell you about God? That he's all good, right? And he sees everything, and he knows everything. Now let me ask you so. Is your grandmother a good person? Yeah. Well,
the best.
She's got nothing to worry about then, does she? Because he sees all that. If you think that you see how good she is, just imagine how much he loves her.
See, you would have helped
1,000 times more than you.
A pediatric Christian therapist.
Not the worm thing?
And then when I was...
no, not the worm thing. He's 11, Woody. He's 11. He can't handle the truth yet.
That would be all. Yeah, they put me on SSRIs for like a 6-7 month period.
When you were a child?
Remember what it was called?
Yeah, when I was a kid. I think it made me into a weirdo. Like, because your
that's what did it.
You should. That's what it is. It wasn't me. It wasn't intrinsic. And they put me on it, and it was during 5th grade. How old are you in 5th grade? 11?
Yeah,
like around there. So like I was on it for like most of that 5th grade school year. I have no memories. I have no distinct memories of 5th grade. Like
that's awesome.
Kindergarten through 4th grade, 6th grade through 12th grade. I can think if I just think for a second, like what's a 3rd grade memory? I can like close my eyes, think, I can picture what seat I was at, like where my teacher was, like something that happened with a friend. But 5th grade, it's blank. It was awful.
I would love to lose 5th grade. That was the year they bullied me for fixing my hair, walking pigeon-toed, and blinking too much. Yeah, that was a terrible year.
You know what I do remember from 5th grade? 9/11.
Oh,
yeah.
Well,
that was my.
They put you on SSRIs.
Yeah,
it was 9th grade for me. It was a sad day though. It was a sad day. Yeah, really. Everybody was bummed out. We didn't leave school either. We just had to sit through it.
I mean, it happened so early in the Midwest that like it was basically an off day. Like get to school, 30 minutes of time. 9/11, go home.
I think
George Bush comes in.
Yeah, George Bush came in.
We were listening to the radio in driver's ed. When it got broadcast, whenever they cut into the 70s music or whatever we were listening to. So, and then we turned the TVs on and watched.
Did you know it was a big deal at the first plane?
I don't know I don't remember the first thing we might have heard was that there were 2 planes. Because I do remember the coach who was like the driving instructor being like, I bet it said Osama bin Laden. I swear to God he said that. Although, to be fair, he's like the only terrorist whose name you know, right?
Yeah, I didn't know his name before 9/11. Maybe you did.
He did. I guess he was, the Al Qaeda guy. I'm sure he watched Fox News. They were probably a boat
or something during Clinton's term.
Wow, they big step up from a boat to World Trade Center.
It is a big ship, and he didn't sink it. He just did a lot of damage.
How do you get that building 7 though? How do you get that?
He only gets an assist for that
I
one.
think he might have taken down 4 buildings in New York. Am I right about that?
Could have been 5. Who's to say? One fell down last week, 9/11.
I didn't have an early meeting, so I was driving to work, and the first plane hit the tower. Cool. I get to work, and people are just learning, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. I've known this for 40 minutes already. It's no big deal. One plane hit a building, was probably an accident. And everyone else, like, instantly knows this is a big deal. And I'm like, fires happen all the time. You're quit your belly aching. And then a second plane hits, and now I'm shocked. Now I'm like, people are purposely ramming planes into buildings. It took 2 buildings for me to realize this is a pattern. And then it wasn't long after that the Pentagon got hit, And now I'm concerned. The internet at that time wasn't what it is now. Today, we'd all be watching live stream video. It'd be no problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we would
We got a TikTok of the fight against the hijackers.
back at that point, like one person CNN feed was actually moving and every other computer in the office wasn't getting refreshed. So we're all crowding behind the one that worked, and nothing. I wasn't getting live news updates, but I was on the phone with my wife and she's like, the tower collapsed. And I wish I could take it back. I'm like, collapsed? How collapsed? And she's like, it's falling. It all fell.
At free fall speed.
And I was just like, all of it fell. How tall is it now? Because I was expecting like the I don't know, the top
It like
three
pancaked
stories.
a little or something.
Yeah. And she's like, I don't know how tall it is now. Maybe like one story when it all comes. I was like, oh my god,
It's real wide ground floor, but
You got your wife doing like mental math evaluations. I don't know.
it takes 110 stories and remove all the air. Maybe it's 2 stories tall now.
Bigger than the subway next to it.
Yeah.
Damn, 9/11. Never forget.
never forget.
I can't really remember.
Forget what?
You
No, that's not nice.
you never even remembered 9/11 once?
I mean, I remember the day that it happened, I guess. I was like 6 or some shit like that. My dad was walking around. He was mad.
Dude, so you
Just him
probably
getting mad.
There were a lot of
vibes
American
for it were
flags in
weird
our
to me.
neighborhood.
for a
I was
week,
homeschooled. I was excited to
it
go
wasn't
out.
okay to laugh. Sports were canceled. Like funny shows weren't on. It was like everyone was like, "Oh my god, something so horrible happened. We're supposed to be grieving." I remember talking to neighbors privately, and we're all like, "I don't even know how to be me. Like, I'm not supposed to smile right now." It's weird.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. It was like a national week of mourning, and it felt fitting. It was a very serious time. No, there weren't anyone who was joking around about it got taken care of. Like there was no like comedians complain about like can't say this, can't say that now. Okay, maybe occasionally one of them gets beaten up on stage. I've seen it happen 2 or 3 times. I just don't think you could have done 9/11 jokes on 9/12 and not gotten hurt.
You couldn't even dance in the street.
Well, you could in some places. They were dancing in the streets in Palestine. Everybody forgets that.
Maybe a little dancing in the street, right? Depending. Yeah.
Trump said there was. I believe him.
He wouldn't lie.
He knows.
I never
straight.
I've never heard of him being untruthful.
No. Someone that old, you get there by truth telling.
Oh, the debate's coming up. I know you're
week
so
from
stoked
today.
on it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch. Can't wait.
I'm gonna watch it after the show, I guess. It'll be
How long is it? Like how long are they supposed to be? Like an hour?
I was gonna say 90 minutes is a good estimate.
Yeah,
I don't know for
like
sure.
that.
Enormous number of ads in that block. So probably like 40 minutes of them talking, maybe, if that.
I think you might be overestimating the ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I want RFK to go and debate him.
He officially didn't qualify. I read it
I know
today.
he's only like 7% or something like that.
I don't like them.
I don't like listening to him.
Yeah.
Every so often I'll like try to turn on a podcast or something, and this guy is just speaking this alien throat clearing language. Like, I can't take it.
Yeah.
What is he, a snake person? What is he?
Yeah, I like that he's jacked for a 70-year-old. That's what I like
yes.
about him.
That I admire.
But I don't like the anti-gun stuff. No, thank you, sir. Get out.
I like that he wants to get rid of the CIA and said that the CIA killed his uncle and father.
I heard Schwarzenegger talk about that, and I've adopted his opinion. He's like, you got to understand where this guy's coming from. I'll never pass judgment. His father was killed. His uncle was killed. I think his brother died in a plane accident, and maybe his sister or
JFK
something.
Jr.
Kennedy curse. Yeah.
Yeah. Another one I think died in a plane accident also. Yeah. And I'm like, bro, if my whole family was either murdered or died like semi-mysteriously, then you might give me a little latitude with my conspiracy theories.
For sure.
He did have that brain worm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Self-admitted.
too.
And it's almost like backs up all any like paranoia he might have. Man, who gave him that brain worm? You don't just get brain worms.
Yeah, you know what he needed? You know what would have solved that?
What's he like
a brain worm?
Little ivermectin.
You're not wrong. Yeah, you're probably right.
Right out of there.
That's how he discovered the worm. It was the ivermectin that Trump prescribed for him.
Yeah,
dude. What's crazy is during COVID and stuff, I know people, personal friends, who've been taking ivermectin and doxycycline, like horse antibiotics, since I was like a child. Like people will just eat horse medicine.
Yeah,
that's like very normal in horse
medicine.
Doxycycline's okay.
You know, dose.
Like I don't want to give anybody medical advice, but like,
of course, yeah.
You know, you see that in survival like texts and stuff, like the one about how to make antibiotics out of the fish tank cleaner stuff. There's an antibiotic fish cleaner.
There's a couple different fish-related antibiotics that are also used in humans. Yeah. I just don't know the doses or like the purity or like
the purity bothers me.
I would rather get it from my doctor prescribed, like a first world country.
I trust.
Look at Mister. I have health insurance.
But
well, my fish food.
I'm also like understanding of a guy who's like, shit, I don't have a ton of money. It's difficult. They gatekeep these antibiotics, yet I have them on the shelf from the last time my dog was sick. And it's like, it's just, I don't know. Treat your strep throat. I'm not judging you.
Quick little Google. What's the dosage for a human? Oh, well, he's a Great Dane. It's already similar.
It's the same, right?
Go.
I don't want ticks anymore.
Yeah. Dude, I'm always dosing myself with some red line before I go out in the woods.
That cannot be healthy. That's crazy. It just pumps you full of shit to make ticks not like you anymore. That's fucking insane.
You're right.
What is it?
For dogs,
like red line.
Oh, never mind.
The pills?
Yeah. Or like you can put like oils on their coat.
That's why I wear the sneak collar. Plus, I look sexy.
Off? Like the what's that tick spray? The off stuff? Like what's in there?
Deet. Yeah.
Is that bad?
Yeah. Deet. Yeah, it's got to be.
Drink it.
I just remember every time we'd go hunting, especially like bow hunting, so it's earlier in the year in October, even, there'd be mosquitoes. So we would bathe in that shit. Like we'd spray each other. Like, all right, now get me. And you'd like
my mouth.
Every inch you wanted covered because they'd eat your ass alive in the tree stand.
Yeah. Growing up, I only put it on my skin, right? Because that's where bugs bite you. And then my wife would put it on like her pants and her shoes and stuff. I was like, that's fucking genius. Like, why have I never considered that? It's like, I don't know, less exposure, yet still a little fog around you. So now I'll spray my shoes, whatever.
Man, bugs
I wore a face net that, that would
while hunting.
Not only was it camouflage, but I could douse that thing and not have to put that shit in my face. The off stuff. Yeah, I hated that. That was the worst part was ticks. I would always have ticks. Like not always, but like every year I would get a few ticks.
Yeah, that's just part of being a kid running around the woods.
Yes.
Nymphs. You ever get into a nymph nest? Tick nymphs?
Chiggers. I've had chiggers.
I did.
Nymphs? Are they like fairy tale
baby ticks
creatures?
Oh.
Yeah, and a snark. You ever get in a snark nest? Fucking nymphs, like a baby tick. There's millions of them. You step into a tick den or whatever the fuck they're called, and you'll just have like a million of these tiny little ticks on you. Literally a million, not actually, but seems like it.
I don't think I've ever had those, but like we used to on my grandparents' farm when we were kids, we'd go out and play in the woods, obviously, because that's what you do, and you'd come back with like dozens of chiggers all over your lower legs, and then my grandma would have to get the clear nail
Lucky
polish,
you, Mr. Clear.
And then paint it all over your leg because apparently that suffocates the chigger that's living burrowed in your skin. And
first time I learned about chiggers, like I used to go mountain biking, and they were explaining what chiggers do and why you can't go in New Jersey in certain times a year. And it was like, can you just say that word? Like, I'm uncomfortable with this conversation.
No, chiggers are the worst. They're like they're even worse than
man, I've been over here in this
Taylor, don't badmouth chiggers. Gonna get demonetized.
I don't like them. They itch even worse than mosquito bites, and there's sometimes not even like a big mark of where it is, so you just have like a feeling of itching in that whole region of your leg, and there's no satiety.
Dude, I got since the last time I was on the pod, I got bit by a fucking brown recluse on my chin.
Ooh, on your
Still
chin?
got a little my shin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my huge chin. It's fine now. It's still like a red circle, but I thought it was a normal bug bite, and it got bigger. And I was like, all right, I'm going to draw that little circle around it. It didn't hurt or anything. So I was like, there's no way this is bad. And then it went past the circle. I was like, I'll draw another circle.
That'll fix it.
And then it's just like, it kind of stopped and then got really like ugly looking. And I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's probably a brown recluse bite. I should probably go to the hospital. Didn't. And then it didn't itch, or it just didn't really give me the vibe that I should go to the hospital. So I didn't. And
in fact, I had no pain from the knee down.
Yes.
It was almost numb. It was almost like there was no feeling at all. But yeah, it's still like a little red dot, but I seem to have healed. So
that's good.
Yeah, you didn't have like a necrosis. Maybe I'm pronouncing it right. Like a hole.
There's like a little hole there, a little necrosis hole, necrotic hole. Yeah. Little hole there. I got my finger in it right now. It's not that big. It's not that big.
I still have marbles in it.
We have so many brown recluse in Missouri.
Yeah.
Like it was always a thing where it's like, be careful. Like if they could bite and kill you. And it wasn't until I was like a legit adult in my like late 20s that I actually looked it up, because I got a bug bite and I didn't actually, it wasn't a brown recluse, but it's like, oh yeah, in like 1% of cases, it can be so bad that it requires hospitalization. Usually it'll go away on its own, like another bug bite. And I'm like, oh, this is, I always saw the brown recluse and the black widow as more like peers in the spider venom world.
Mm-hmm.
No, brown recluse is so much less scary than a black widow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
It's usually,
have you looked into
scratching and gets infected. Sorry.
If you scratch what, it gets infected?
If you scratch the wound, that's usually what happens, is scratching it and it gets super infected. That's why you have to go to the hospital. Sorry to interrupt you, Woody.
Better to just draw a circle. No, it's probably my fault.
We interrupted.
Have you looked into black widows? Is there a chance that they are 1 in 100? That
they're also like they're not going to kill you unless you're like already on death's door and it's a big fucking black widow. It's not going to do much, but like it can give you nausea and like you can throw up, stuff like that.
I just want to correct one thing. Taylor's talking about adults. For kids, if you're like 3 and under, that spider bite can be a really big deal. Get looked at.
True. Yeah.
For sure.
So for all the parents out there who are putting off going to the hospital for their child, their 3-year-olds,
don't listen to me. All right.
Dude, you guys laugh. I guess when I was a new parent, thank goodness Jackie was better at it. I really didn't have a good vibe for like what were doctor issues and what were they'll tough it out type thing. You know, like, oh, this baby's not hungry right now. Is that a doctor thing or nothing? You know, this baby's crying a lot. Babies do that. When does the cry mean doctor and when does the cry mean bottle? I don't fucking know. I'm a new parent. And I used to, if my wife wasn't there to be smarter than me, my insurance company had a nurse hotline that I could call and get advice from. And most of the time they're like, yeah, your kid's sleepy, dumbass. But every once in a while they're like, yeah, urgent care, go.
Yeah. My
just
friend,
ask ChatGPT. That's the official. Official advice.
Right.
Some nonsense answer kills you.
Yeah, exactly. Put your finger in it.
My friend has 3 kids, and they're all very young. And he was, telling one of those parent stories. He was like, yeah, we were at a playground, and we're all just having a fun time. The kids are running around, and my son, he's 4 or whatever, 5 now, and it went from hunky dory, having a great time, to he tripped and like slammed his head on like a wooden stair that you had to go up to get to not like a bullshit little jungle gym, like a big wooden older style one. So hefty. And then, it was just blood everywhere and he's screaming and my daughters see it and now they're screaming and freaking out. And I'm like, oh man, like how do you even calm down like a kid in that situation? Like before you can get to the doctor. And he was like, well, I got him and we got in the car and I was just talking to him, trying to calm him down and everything. And what ended up working was telling him how much worse the stair had it from the fall than his head had. And
really,
and that like pivoted his thinking where he's like, really? So the stair was broken. He's like, oh, champ, the stair was so much worse off than you. Like you look like $1 million compared to the stare. And so he's like, and so I took him to the hospital. We got him sewn up by a plastic surgeon. It was like a forehead thing, very smart. And he's like, afterward, we were going to meet back up with the rest of the family. But first we had to go back to the playground so he could check on the stare and make sure that the stare was all right, because the stare didn't mean to hurt him. You know, it was, and so we had to ensure the stare itself was okay after he.
That's adorable.
Very cute. It's like
How old was the kid?
Just turned 5.
Okay.
You should tell him that you should go visit that friend and tell him that his mom, dad, grandparents will all die and burn in hell for an indefinite amount of time. See what he says.
And then we'll put him on SSRIs so he has no memory of certain those in his childhood. Yeah, that would be beneficial.
My daughter did her. She was probably 3. So I'm playing ice hockey, and the benches at the park, the hand holds, they were cement, right? So it was regular wooden bench, but they were like in these cement arm rests that perform the structure. Anyway, she's misbehaving, walking on the bench and stuff. And my wife is just being casual. It's a hockey rink. You can't break anything except apparently your own head, because she got a cut here in the center and you could see the skull. Like sometimes you're like, oh, is that thing the bone? Nah, there were no questions. Everyone could obviously see my daughter's skull. It was an issue. It wasn't that bloody. My wife's freaking out. They get me off the ice, and we go to Duke, which is the best hospital in the area. And one of the good moves we made was have plastics sew her up. I've told the story before. The nurse couldn't find her vein for the IV, and she tried like 3 times. Hope's crying. She's suffering. She's 3 years old. And that's when I fired the nurse. I was like, you're done. No more. And they're like, no, this is what she does. I'm like, no. You guys know. You know who the IV person is. When you can't find the vein, when it's extra hard, there's someone here that all of you know is the ace. It's
the phlebotomist.
time to bring the ace in. Yeah. And that's what they're like, all right. They brought the ace in and she got it first try. And the plastic surgeon sewed her up. And all of her pictures from like 3 to 5, she's wearing a hat because of that we wanted this scar to heal as best it could. And you had to keep the sun off of it. So it's pretty adorable. Every picture of her like young childhood she's had it.
Oh, I didn't know that the sun was bad for scars.
Oh yeah.
Tattoos.
That's a big deal.
Really?
Yeah.
It's probably the number one thing to make a scar heal best.
Is no sunlight.
To keep the sun off it, yeah. And tattoos too, if you ever go that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you guys ever impaled yourself with anything?
Yes.
Oh,
badly.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you mean all the way through?
No.
Yeah, just like somewhere, something that just went in you, maybe, and you pulled away and it's still in you.
Oh, pegging. Yes.
So on the poultry farm, we have these sort of a tool. Basically, it's you got a handle and then a round metal rod that comes out that's like 1/8 of an inch of spring steel, and on the end it turns into first a neck that kind of goes back and then a point that goes forward. And when you've got dead chickens, you can just walk by and sort of stick it into them and sort of twist it and throw them into a bucket that you're carrying in your other hand. You can do this really quick and you get really good with it. Well, my cousin and I had a sword fight with those. And he stabbed me in the forearm deep enough that like the bone did this vibratory thing that I could feel. And I had to reach, and it didn't just like go in and pop out. It was in, and I had to pull it out. And when I pulled it out, it made this little sort of noise, and I could feel the panic attack coming. And I got to water fast enough to throw it in my face, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to pass out now, but I definitely need some antibiotics. Like, still got a tiny little scar. If you like shave my arm down, you can see.
I did so I had this big ass couch. You know those cuticle cutters, the little scissors, but they're like they had a little thing on the end. They were in the couch between 2 cushions, sitting upright and open. And I jumped on the couch, like ass first, obviously, as one does, just fucking like that. And it went in my ass cheek, my left ass cheek.
Thank God it
was like, I was like, what is that? Fuck, something's stabbing me. And I thought it was a grasper or like some kind of something small, like, because it didn't hurt that bad. It was like, oh God, that feels weird. I stood up and it was sticking. I could feel it gyrating in my ass. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? And I felt exactly what you were talking about, like about to pass out. Cause I was like, I grabbed it and I could feel it. And I just yanked it out of my ass. And it did the same thing you're talking about, where it was like, it made like a sound of it just like coming out. And it went in my ass and closed. So there was like a wound channel inside of my ass and 2 entry holes. So 2 entry holes with a wound channel closing it. I pulled it out of my ass. It went through my shorts, my underwear, and it didn't bleed really. It like had a little squirt at first, but I took a shower. I was very worried that it was going to get infected because they're fucking nasty ass cuticle cutters. But just got these little funny 2 little
knives.
Exactly. And that's what I used it for. That's why it was on the couch.
Oh, you tried it yourself.
Yeah.
Did you have to did you have to get a stitch or anything, or you just throw a little Neosporin and your ass was fine?
I should have definitely, because it was large, but I took a picture, sent it to everybody I knew, and then that was that.
It happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stabbed myself very badly about 2 years ago now. On a piece of metal on my leg press hack squat 2-in-1 machine was being delivered in a giant wooden crate, and there were these metal crimps that were holding the boards together to package, and one of those had come unscrewed, and there's like a razor sharp blade sticking out, and I was pulling on the box to try and get it off of the pallet jack that this fucking retarded UPS guy hadn't put on there right. You shouldn't have to yank things off a pallet jack. And I pulled really hard, and it stabbed into my right forearm. Like it was a scary moment.
L-shaped, isn't it?
It was L-shaped, but it like stood out. And so like it was mostly a straight line, but it was kind of jagged. It wasn't sharp enough to be a nice clean puncture, but I thought it was like a bee sting level of hurt as I was pulling it. And then I took my arm off and I like looked down thinking to be like, oh, that's smarts. And like there was a hole in my arm. Like it stabbed so deep that I could see the muscle and fat tissue in my arm. Like I could see all the meat in there.
Yeah.
Like I remember like driving myself actually it was funny because the guy who was helping me deliver, or who was delivering it to me, I was like, don't leave, because I stabbed myself so bad. Blood was going everywhere. And so I pinched it closed. I kind of failed to pinch it closed. It was surreal to like have a wound that I was like using another hand to try and like hold closed, but there was so much blood. My hand was slippery. And so I just told the guy, I'm like, don't leave. He's in my garage dropping this off. And I run inside, bleeding everywhere. Nice. I get a dish towel to tie around my arm. And then I come back out there and I'm like, all right, I need to go to the hospital. And the UPS guy was like, I mean, I can't take you to the hospital. And I'm like, no, like that's not what's being asked here.
I deliver packages, not people.
I deliver packages, not people.
It's the parcel service.
And so he like helped me, because I was looking for a way to attach this towel to my arm to drive myself to the ER. And I found duct tape. I was looking for tape. And then I heard like in my house, and I heard him scream from the garage. He's like, I got tape. And so I ran back out there. I slapped the thing on. He starts taping me up with an absurd amount of duct tape to keep this on there. It's bleeding so much, running down my arm. And the guy's like, with no hint of irony, he goes like, I'm about to like trying to pull away because there's plenty of tape on there. And he's like, hold on, my wife's a nurse. And then he like continued to tape me up, like said, my wife's a nurse, authoritatively. And it was like, okay. And then I drove to the hospital, and it scarred and healed so badly because I didn't ask for plastics because it was a forearm thing, and they just let a resident practice on me.
Yep, that's what they do.
That's awesome.
And so it looks I've got really just gnarly still.
I don't know if you can see like the back of my.
Yeah, I see it.
Mm-hmm.
See if I do a thing like.
Yeah, I can see it.
They did a bad job. My mom was like, "What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Never go there again." They closed that hospital. It was probably a mistake to go there.
Dude, one of the first nights I moved in, when I first moved out of my parents' house, I moved into a house, the first house I bought, and I got like really nice bread and some really nice cheese, and I was gonna make a grilled cheese sandwich.
Nice.
Like an adult one with some tomato soup, like garden vegetable soup. I was gonna make it all myself. Was cutting the bread, first ingredient, and I just fucking cut the front of my finger completely off, basically. And it was so I have like big calluses on my fingers because I play the guitar a lot. So like I'll see if I can zoom in a little bit.
Oh, goodness.
And like you can see how it's white there. That was all just like hanging off.
Oh, you hate that.
And it was I was wondering if like I thought it was gonna die or whatever, but I just wrapped it up really good. And it just like the very top kind of peeled off eventually, but most of it, probably 80 or 70% of it just healed back together. And I never went to the hospital or anything because I'm a fucking idiot and I never go to the hospital. But
that's hardcore.
Yeah,
it was crazy. I used to open it a lot while I would do like I would play like some song or some shit with a hammer on, and then I would fucking get a string stuck inside of it and open it back up and be like, oh fuck, just because I can feel my skin ripping.
I guess 3 days wasn't enough time off.
Yeah, dude, that's so stupid. Very dumb.
During COVID, I was getting ready to go to the gym at like 2:30 in the morning, like really late. And I remember I was getting my mixer or something to mix up some pre-workout, and I knocked a big kitchen knife off the counter, and it went right between my toes and like straight down in. And I thought it had gone through my foot because when I lifted my foot up, like to look at it, so much blood had already ran out that it had ran over the sides and underneath my foot. So now the bottom of my foot was dripping the blood that's sort of coalescing there. And I thought, and it's a big, very nice chef's knife, I thought it had just fallen all the way through my damn foot. And so I like wrapped that thing up and drove myself to a hospital.
I remember the pictures you sent us of this.
I'm in the parking lot of this hospital, ER, and my foot's wrapped in a towel. And I had to tell like another patient who was at, he was like, hey, can you tell them I'm out here and I'm basically crippled? I was like, I dropped the knife and it went through my foot. I was like, I can't walk in there. I've got a towel wrapped around the wound. And they sent a nurse with a bodyguard and a wheelchair out to get me.
A bodyguard, just in case this was a ruse.
Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that. I was like, it's smart bringing him. She's like, yeah, we don't go out here alone.
Yeah,
I was like, well, I'm real. This is real blood.
You look out the window and you're like, never even mind. And just drive away.
The little towel falls off your foot. You're just like, fuck
you
it.
Called my bluff, ma'am. A friend of mine, when we were like 10 or so, I don't remember what show inspired this, but he was really into the idea of wielding a quarterstaff. Like a Ninja Turtles. Like it may have been that, but it could have been Ninja Turtles. And so there's like an old broomstick he had at his house, but for some reason it had like, those big industrial almost staples that'll sometimes be in wooden. Yeah. And he was trying to get that out because he didn't want metal. He just wanted like the long quarterstaff looking thing. And so he took the fork from a grill that you'd use to like flip a giant steak. And he was pushing on it, trying to pull that thing out, and it slipped, and he stabbed both of the tangs of it clear through his hand and had to go to the hospital. Thankfully, like easily could have had like a fucking bad hand, like the Scary Movie 2 guy.
Yeah.
But like he barely missed all the important stuff apparently. So now he can still
just give me your other hand. No, it's not strong enough. Take my little hand.
Take my little hand. And it is the grossest little hand.
That
little potato hand.
There's only like
I love that movie.
That's still dated. They like parodied a Nike commercial from back then, and it's like, am I supposed to remember this Nike commercial from 2000?
Yeah, 2000, 25 years ago. Jeez.
Look at this, Zach. Can you show him the second article of this kid that got hurt BMXing?
That happens all the time. Why write an article about it?
Not like this. Not like this. This guy, they had a little bit of a collision, and another racer's like brake lever went up this kid's ass and broke off.
No.
up his asshole and broke off. Here he is. He's like on the phone with his boys, like bragging about like what has happened. He's like, no, up my asshole, dude. My asshole.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Poor guy. What a traumatizing end to your fun day.
Hopefully he doesn't have a perforated colon or something like that.
Well, he had a colostomy. So, yeah,
that's not good.
Had to reroute things for a while, I guess, until that heals up. Can't be pooping out the hole. That ran ragged.
Got rerouted to the original route.
I think
hate that.
Right out the side of your stomach with a little pod, like you're one of those test cows at the university.
Yep.
I love that.
One of those test cows at the university.
It's a little dark that we do that to cows. They don't seem to mind, though. Whatever.
Yeah, dude, ruminants are chill. Ruminants are chill creatures. They're pretty chill with it.
A ruminant? Like
4 stomachs.
Cows.
Yeah.
Goats.
I was trying to think of a ruminant that is ornery.
It's another. True. Well, any male version, a bull or a male goat, they're assholes. They're dickweeds. I used to fist fight goats when I was a kid.
Did you win?
No, I was just a little child. They whooped my ass, dude.
No, I was very small.
0-4 at the petting zoo.
Yeah, well, my parents had goats and stuff, and it would feel like I would have to walk this field every single day to be able to get from my house to my grandparents' house so they could watch me because my parents worked. And there were goats in the field, and they fucking attacked me every single day. And they were really mean. But at a certain point, it was like a game for me where I would like physically fight back against these demons that they didn't care. They were just like fucking with me. Yeah. And I was like maybe 5 to 7. So before I probably weighed 45, 55 pounds, somewhere in there. So I was like a little tiny guy, whatever the average weight is. Maybe that's low. I don't know, whatever. But I like fully remember fist fighting goats and like actually trying to like get them off of me and like hitting them and then feeling like my hits didn't do anything and they just didn't care. So
yeah,
goat is a formidable foe. My grandparents on their farm had a hog that lived in a coop or a pen, I guess, adjacent to the chickens. And every time I'd go in there, this fucking hog would chase me. And I was like 5 years old, 6 years old. Dude. And so it was like way closer to eye height than like it is for adult me. And so I was terrified of this hog. Looking back, my grandpa was like, Taylor, get in there with that hog. No, he's not going to chase you. Get in there. And then I get in there and I'm like, running from this hog. And I hated the hog. And then eventually I came down and they had butchered it and killed it and told me I was eating that hog. And I got a sense of victory, a sense of winning.
You were excited. You were validated.
I was excited. Yeah. They killed the hog that chased and bullied me and we ate it. And they also killed the rooster that would chase and bully my younger brother. And we ate him as well.
Damn.
That's what you fucking get.
Yeah,
country justice.
Yeah, that's country justice.
I used to raise a bunch of animals for 4-H, and my sister is very emotional and very like I guess a normal girl, a normal young girl. And she had all these animals and she took care of them and stuff and then named them and then she bonded with them and then they would get slaughtered. And my dad, who is just like a old country boy, I would help him slaughter them. And the lambs, the lamb is delicious. Like I love lamb. Lamb is amazing. It's very, very, very good. And he would always make like pastas and things like that and bolognese, all this really good food. And he's such a great cook. And my sister, she never really asked about any of that stuff, but we would eat the animals that we raised. And my sister was like, "This is so good." One night, "This is so good." And my dad was like, "Yeah, that's Edgar." And that was her lamb.
Oh, God,
she was recently slaughtered. And she like obviously lost her mind, was like just stricken with grief. My parents say that she ended up finishing the meal. Like she didn't like she kind of got over it, but I don't believe that. I think that I don't remember it like that.
You think your father knew what he was doing, or did he just not expect somebody to be attached to a lamb?
I think that he sort of playfully knew what he was doing, but I definitely don't think he expected the reaction that he was given, for sure.
He playfully knew. That's Caleb.
Yeah. Exactly.
Neighborhood boy?
Yeah. My dad's a little bit of a bastard for sure. Yeah. He's
only,
a trickster.
Woody's the only person who ever killed and ate one of my pets.
Really?
Yeah, Henrietta.
Yeah, you bludgeoned it.
Eventually,
out there in
I
the
killed
forest.
it.
Eventually, yeah.
R.I.P. More of like a Hostile 2 kind of way to kill a chicken.
That chicken did 9/11. It was a fucking war criminal or something.
He had that chicken sitting on a seatless chair, whipping it on the underside. Like,
giving him that James Bond treatment where you hit him with that knotted rope in the balls. It was just
Oh,
Caleb, do you know this background already? Are you familiar with this
I do
story?
not.
We went on this survival trip and we didn't bring any food. We just brought like some hammocks and some weapons. And the idea was we were going to catch food along the way. But as an ace in the hole, we did bring a live chicken. And the chicken was always intended to be dinner, like, few days deep into the trip, so that, like if we were struggling, it would be a little pick me up along the way.
It's the thing to do on video.
And it's the thing to do. But unlike Kyle, I've never gone hunting. So this whole like experience of killing your own food and cooking it and eating it was new to me, a thing that I wanted to have lived through. And so Kyle held the chicken down, but when he did it, he put like a limb, a big stick over its neck to protect his own hands from my, inaccurate machete swings.
Right.
Because of that, really, well, there was maybe a half inch that was still, it was really a lot of shoulder that I hit. I didn't have the clean shot at the neck that I would have without the log there. And anyway, it took, I don't want to exaggerate, but to remove the head, would you call it 4 blows?
At one point, the chicken went,
That's awesome.
4 blows. You can just pull a chicken's head off. Like,
I was going to say,
not if you hit the stick first.
You got to hit the neck.
You can literally just pull a chicken's head clean off. Yeah.
I didn't know
Everybody else in the campsite, I just want to interject. We were like, hey, that's our friend. She's been keeping the bugs away.
That's true. Yeah. She's been cleaning the campsite of ladybugs.
You know how like a pet will like bed down sort of next to you and like she did that. She'd like she stayed with us. She didn't wander off and become a wild chicken.
Cardboard box in that she stayed in so that she like couldn't get away. But she would just hop out of the cardboard box and be part of the group.
Briefly, yeah.
Until Thursday.
Yeah, she was the mascot. I don't know. I felt bad, I guess. I guess I still do a little.
Isn't that part of hunting?
No. You usually don't befriend the deer.
Where you hold the deer down and you repeatedly make blow after blow.
See, Kyle's an experienced hunter, but I heard Chris Pratt, as maybe a newer hunter, describe how when he killed the deer and he was like, that thing was just alive and now it's dead because of me, but I'm eating it and that's the circle of life. But it's something he had to like get used to. And I wanted to live that.
Yeah. I started hunting so young that I was too young to even really grasp fully what was going on. So I was just used to it. I didn't really think of them as fellow creatures that could be like my friend if given the chance or anything, or that, I don't care what they're thinking about or how their breakfast was. It was like, I really want to get another one. Like this is a game that we play where as many got to catch them all kind of thing. And I always wanted a big buck that I could mount. So it was all day, every day, just killing those things. I never really felt bad.
Was there any skill to getting the right buck? Like,
so much. Well, I mean, all right. So a big part of it is
because the trophy is dependent on how many antlers or points the antler has, or
there's a complex scoring mechanism used to gauge how good the rack is.
But it seems to me they're all the same difficulty to hit, and I don't know why one's a bigger trophy than the other.
Okay, so the male whitetail is seemingly by nature more wily and solitary at times. So he's not always with that group moving to your food plot. You sort of position yourself between where they bed down and where they eat, or vice versa, dusk to dawn. And the male deer, if he has lived long enough to have a big rack that you would see as a prize trophy, he's probably 5 to 8 years old, somewhere in that sweet spot. And so he has proven himself to be a wily deer, because presumably you're in deer hunting territory. He has outlived the dumb bucks that didn't mind leaving the bed down area when it was still a little bit light. the ones that didn't mind lingering a little too long at dawn in a field so that they could be. This is the guy who likes it dark before he moves.
Yeah,
might be
he's fucking
for whatever
crazy.
reason. He's sneaky. He just is.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a better sense of wariness. Maybe he's just paranoid. Paranoia would help as a trait in the wild, you know. He's always like, they're out there looking for me. Yeah, we are out there, you know. It could be any
I think it's like competition too. Yeah, because it's like they fight too, and then like you'll find a dead buck occasionally that just died from exhaustion because they just fuck and fight so hard for a few weeks. They don't have routines. They'll run all night long, just trying to have sex with as many does as they possibly can. They're just crazed by testosterone for like a month, basically.
That's called the rut when they go into their breeding cycle and the females are in heat. And during that short period, he said it could be a month. I don't really know. But they're not as wily anymore. They've got pussy on their minds, and you'll see them. One of the biggest bucks I ever shot. I was on my back porch. And he was chasing a doe in the middle of the day. It was bright, sunny daytime. And he's in the middle of our field, tongue hanging out because he's been foaming at the mouth because he's been running himself ragged probably all fucking night chasing this girl.
We've all been there.
And I'm sprinting with my rifle and like do like a baseball slide and like get into position and shoot his ass like 250 yards away and dropped him like where he was because he was about to like get his breath back and go back in those because the girl had ran all the way across the field and then hopped a fence and went in the woods and he had stopped, been like, fence. Like he was so tired. So during that period, you can get them the skill. So the thing about it is, if you watch like the TV shows where they hunt deer and stuff like that, or if they're trying to pimp a product as a professional, and they go out to like Kansas and Texas and places like that where they might have a fenced in area and there's different levels of it. I wouldn't just say that any hunting like that isn't real hunting or anything like that. There is some stuff. I knew guys who made YouTube videos of hunting and they would put animals in pens and then like they've got him there. Now they climb the tree and they make their shot. They got their YouTube video of shooting a big hog with a bow. Why wait out in the woods all day when you got one you caught in a trap the night before? You just throw in the pen and fake this thing. And then but when I would see the quality of bucks and the regularity that these hunters see these deer like I've never seen. And again, for years, I went day and night hunting over 1,000+ acre cornfields. I ain't never seen nothing like what these guys are seeing in every single episode. So I don't know. It just depends where you're hunting. Different parts of the country have bigger deer too, but I never killed like a trophy buck.
Because so I've been hiking on the East Coast and the West Coast, and the views on the West Coast are really cool. The trees get less dense. On the East Coast, it seems like you hardly see far because the trees are all over the place. Yeah,
Kansas, Illinois, Indiana.
It seems like if you're a good shot, if you're that guy who can hit things from hundreds of yards away, you can see hundreds of yards. On the East Coast, it's rare I see that far.
We would hunt over, like I said, big cornfields. So you could, 700 yards down to one corner and maybe 300 yards down to the corner to the right and 400 or 500 and really try to cover as much space and be a bit of a lighthouse as we could. Yeah. And then I would hunt in this spot. And even though I wasn't old enough, my dad would drive down the road and he'd hunt on another spot. And he just knew to come running when he heard a gunshot because I needed him no matter what happened. And but we would also hunt over where they cut through the trees to put power lines in, the big power lines. They cut a swath, that's kept clear. And you can hunt over that thing. And if you've got known distances so you can quickly get your dope or whatever, you can shoot a 1,000-yard shot on a deer like no sweat if you know where to aim. I mean, it's not hard. It's
every so often hunters shoot each other. Is that like extreme incompetence?
Yeah, that's extreme incompetence.
Anybody can hunt.
In dove fields, it can be more common. Like the Dick Cheney thing was probably quail, which is a similar thing. When you're shooting low-flying birds in a group, shit happens, frankly. I've never peppered anybody, but I've been peppered, and I didn't think hey, come on. So it's not the end of the world.
It's impolite.
Exactly. That's people yell low bird, and you know what that's what they mean.
Dick Cheney fucked that guy up.
Low bird means don't shoot, not I see one, go get it.
No, you're supposed to ideally, like with doves and whatnot, like let them get a little bit, like let a little sporting, let them, get their swarm up there. Like you're not
Dick
supposed
Cheney
to be
style.
like, oh, he's 6 feet in the air, blast him.
That's like quail. I don't know what's sporting with quail, but I would shoot as soon as possible. As soon as I could.
I'll tell you, I got a little personal experience with quail. About 1 week ago, I got 100 quail. And now I've got 4. Dude, quail have an 85% mortality rate. All right.
Oh, you're raising these quail?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought you mean about 101.
Oh, no.
I was like, you want a rampage.
Why bother? They just die anyway in the front yard.
They have an 85% mortality rate in the first year of life. And when I got them, I was like, all right, I'll be able to take them. I'll be able to take care of them. Got my little setup. Seems like when they get shipped from wherever to wherever I am, their mortality rate goes up to about 96%.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Were you trying to raise them for meat, or are you using them for like bird dog competitions?
No, I guess just a part of the homestead type thing. So I guess meat and eggs.
Quail. Oh, okay.
Yes, I want resident bobwhite quail, and they were so adorable. And I got them, and I was like, man, these things are so cool. And then they started dying, and I was like, all right, you just put them in a little trash bag.
Can.
They're about like the size of a bug. They're pretty small.
Oh, I pictured.
Yeah, they're very small
birds. Okay.
No, so I have 4 now, and they are doing fine. They've doubled in size in about a week, and so now they have an 85% mortality rate, I assume, because they're about 3 weeks old.
You're on your way to 1. If you're lucky.
Are up 3/4. Yeah.
Like reinforcements on the way, like to backfill this little genocide you're doing.
I wasn't sure if I should. You can only order them like once every couple months because they.
Okay. Honestly, you got 100 last month. Yeah. What are those?
Yeah, exactly.
99 more.
I felt so bad. I was like, man, this is not normal. And then you look it up and it's like, oh, that's normal. That they just die. They fucking die. They're weak. Their hearts are fucked up, and they're probably like breeding quail, so they're even more genetically kind of fucked because they're they're
it's like the British royal family.
I don't know what bobtail. You said bobtail quail?
Bobwhite quail.
Bobwhite quail. I don't know what kind of quail my buddies raised, but they do bird dog trials, which if you don't know is like they hide the birds in the field and then they run their dog through a very regimented thing. They keep score with judges and stuff, and it's a sport for them. And I didn't think maybe they're doing different kinds of quail, because like it seemed like no sweat. They just had them in a pen out there, and they always had a lot of them. And these weren't the guys to be like monitoring these animals. That they were drunk raising quail in a big thing.
Yeah, it's like when they're babies, they're very like. I mean, these things they came in a box this big, and there was 100 of them.
Kind of saying a bunch of drunks had a much higher survival rate.
I think they had different birds or different quality of
Chucker,
birds.
maybe.
Yeah. I mean, they were good old boys. All
good old boy.
Electricians and farmers and contractors and such.
Caleb, how far is your neighbor?
Maybe the closest house is another house that I own, and then beyond that is that's about 100 yards past, so probably up 3/4 mile.
That's all right.
That's great.
I imagine in my head it was like 7 miles or something.
No. In the town, I'm 2 minutes outside of town too. Like I'm close.
Have you? That's a good. I'm glad Woody said that. Have you ever lived like that, where the neighbor is like miles and miles away?
Yes. Back in Virginia, I didn't have any neighbors at all.
Is that scary at all?
I would say so, yeah. But like only when you're alone. Like if alone, yes, for sure. But I grew up there with my family, so it wasn't that big of a deal. And then I did live there for a while. I had a girlfriend at the time, so like, I wasn't like scared, I guess. But the more if I thought about it, I would have been for sure.
Yeah, like I've never been. Like I've lived alone on and off for like my entire adult life, but and that never really bothers me. Like being in the house alone. When I was younger, I think I could think myself into a scenario that would scare me. I would literally I'd be like, well, what if there were monsters outside? Nah, you ain't afraid of monsters. What if it was just like rapists? Well, they wouldn't want little old me. What if they do though? Well, shit. Now I am a little scared.
They especially want little old you.
Let me
Yeah,
double check these locks, make sure.
Shit.
But
dude, you
but I
are
was
your own
always-
little quail out
You're
there.
manifesting. Yeah, exactly.
But there's something to be said about like if I were to, Taylor talked about trying to stop the bleeding when he was unpackaging his stuff and got hurt. But worst case scenario, let's say it was bleeding 3 times as badly and the UPS man wasn't there. He goes pounding on doors. He gets somebody within, the first house or two. Somebody's there. He doesn't even need to know them. You might not even know the neighbor, but like the guy with the brown car is going to go, holy shit, let me get professionals here in the next 10 minutes. But when you're actually out there, like we went out on a ranch, and granted there was probably 10 or 15 of us on the ranch, but it was 40 miles to like anything that had a sign or an address that mattered. There would be like roads that left off, but those roads went so far out into someone else's property that you couldn't see a building on their property. Like big ranches or in game ranches and stuff, like there's not residences out there in Brady, Texas or something. Well, I don't remember exactly. It was desolate. And it was like, man, if we get hurt out here while we're playing with machine guns and explosives, where's the nearest like trauma center? And it was like, Brent's got a plane. It was like, is the pilot here? Well, no. No, the pilot's not here today. And I said, well, so we die then, huh? Like we die.
Yeah. That's the harsh reality.
Yeah.
Before we get to the next, before we disprove global warming, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by BetterHelp. We talked about therapy and mental health earlier. So let's hear a little about their service. Life is full of twists and turns, and it's important for you to show up for yourself through it all. Mental and dental, gotta take care of it all. We're very serious about everyone taking care of their physical health here on PKA and maintaining a healthy physique. But mental health is just as important, and you need to work to keep your mind in shape as well as your body. Start getting in the mental reps with the help of a professional over at BetterHelp.com. BetterHelp is not a crisis line. It is not self-help. It's professional therapy done securely online, available to people all over the world. Invest in your mental well-being now and get started with our partner, BetterHelp. Let therapy be your map with BetterHelp. They've got a special offer for our listeners. Save 10% off your first month over at betterhelp.com/PKA. That's BetterHelp.com/PKA. That's 10% off your first month of online therapy over at betterhelp.com/PKA. 10% off your first month of online therapy, betterhelp.com/PKA. Check it out. If you feel like you could use that service, we talked earlier how all of us have a little neuroticism, little trait neuroticism, little issues here or there. You don't start talking online for a living because you're well adjusted and like that's like so don't do that. And so and a little hurdle for a lot of people out there with therapy might be I don't want to like physically go to this thing. I'm busy. A part of the reason I need therapy is because I'm working 24/7. I don't have time for the social interactions and this and that. How am I going to have time for this? Well, this is an easy way to do it. No excuses there. Do it in the comfort of your own home, in your own little safe space, in your house, apartment, whatever. And you can get your assistance from betterhelp.com/PKA. So check them out. If you are in need of it, fully recommend talking to someone.
Just willing to add, you can like give some preferences on what you like. Would you like your therapist to be a dude? Would you like to be a girl? Would you like to be, what sort of things are you sorting out? They have specialists, someone that fits the profile that you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%. Check them out. BetterHelp.com. Therapy can help a lot of people. So if you've been on the fence, this is a nice, easy way to lean into it without feeling too much internal commitment yourself. So check
exercise for your brain. It's
exercise for your brain.
Right.
And, in a similar vein, this episode is brought to you by Lock and Load, premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Everyone's talking about it. Your moms are talking about it. Your grandmoms are talking about it.
And covering the world in like a yogurt substance.
Cover the, we need to talk to Derek about this. The Sherwin-Williams paint the world like logo. Yeah, we need that, but with cum. Paint the world indeed. So Lock and Load, check it out. Code PKA or code Jizz. Get 10% off of this wonderful product.
Or
20% off of protein powders, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you could possibly need, efficaciously dosed by Derek and his team of scientists. You can find over there at gorillamind.com. But start with this. Start with our product. It's far and away the funniest.
That right there, by the way, a lot of people wonder like how I have a beautiful girlfriend who is way out of my league. How did I get her? I mean, that's part of the reason.
Yeah,
that's part of the reason.
Big
My
nuts.
stack is part of the reason. Absolutely.
A girl like that could have anybody. She's not going to settle for small loads.
Yeah,
exactly.
100% no. You think a woman isn't noticing, doing mental math on how much you're coming, how much you are or not enjoying yourself? They love it. They love to feel that you had a good time, just like you like to feel that they had a good time. And busting an enormous nut is a great way to show that. And it helps you too. Because what's the best part of coming? When the cum is coming out, folks. That's the best part of it. More cum means more pleasure. Means increase your pleasure, increase your fun.
More ropes.
Yeah, more ropes.
I do remember as it was kicking in, like Jackie's like, wow. She thought she had done something especially well. And I let her live that lie for a while.
See? That's what we're about here. Tactical dishonesty. Yeah. It's great. Check out Lock and Load. It really does work. Take 5 pills in the morning, 4 at night. Take as directed and stay hydrated. And when you're halfway through the bottle, which is it's a month supply, so 2 weeks in, you're going to be like, you won't go into sex being like, maybe this is the time I'll notice more cum. You will just be coming and you'll be like, still? Like it's still coming out of my penis, and it's
pre-cum's a good time.
It feels too good.
Yeah, this is so awesome. Stop.
Yeah. And everyone at the bank is like, "What are you doing?"
Taylor, are you ready for the next topic, or is there more?
Nope, that's it. We're on to the on. All right.
This is from Reddit, and I thought it was in your area of like your subject matter expertise.
Ooh, hockey.
Do orcs or elves slay more pussy?
Oh, elves.
Dude, I was gonna say elves all day.
Really?
Yeah, 100% elves. Yeah.
You don't
orcs
think there's
so
just
consumed.
wild sex parties going on in the and pristine proper elves over there not getting it done?
No.
Are there even girls?
What?
Are there even orc girls? Aren't they made? Or that's Urukai I'm thinking of.
So Urukai are made. Orcs they were originally corrupted elves.
Gotcha.
And so for the most part, orcs are they're so broken. They're so brain broken. They just like harming things. They like evil. They're not a multifaceted race, the orcs. It's like, what do they like? Harming other orcs and harming anything but an orc just as much, just for the sake of it. They're evil incarnate, which is why they're a good servant for Sauron. And so I don't even think they could stop their hatred of humanity long enough to get that orgy.
No orc orgies going down.
Not really. No, the elves also I don't think are fucking that much because they live for an eternity, and so there would be way more of them. At least I'm talking cinematically from that universe. Like if they were fucking all the time.
Do you know any 700-year-old people that still have good sex drives? I don't.
No, but Elrond was like thousands of years old, and I think he was only almost asexual because he'd had every piece of pussy. He was like, "Oh, I'd love to fuck her." Already did. Oh yes,
his big lumpy forehead.
2,000
Do elves
years
get
ago.
married?
Yeah. They
because I don't know.
Are elves real?
I'm pretty happy getting married, knowing that it's going to last like 50 years till death do us part. That was the deal. But if I was going to live 5,000 years, I might be like, this is a lot to sign up for.
Yeah, this sucks.
What was? Oh, Celeborn or Celeborn. I was trying to remember Galadriel's husband. Galadriel's meek, shitty husband, who was not nearly as cool as Galadriel. They probably weren't fucking that much, but if Galadriel and Celeborn were fucking, Galadriel absolutely was holding the reins in that arrangement. She was.
We're discussing whether orcs or elves have more sex.
I had to tell
Orcs
him
don't have sex.
Yeah, orcs aren't really doing that. Orcs are evil.
They don't fuck too much.
Yeah.
If they do, it's not for procreation, and they don't do it to other orcs.
I bet they rape.
Yeah, I bet if
I was
Tolkien,
trying to. I
if
thought
you
I was
ask
giving you a jerk
Tolkien,
for bringing that up.
No.
Because there's the non-consensual angle where orcs might be doing a lot. Like chimpanzees or something.
Yeah, they'd run in a band of orcs and like murder a whole town. Like they were not concerned with consent in any way, shape, or form. Evil murderers, the lot of them. Orcs, I don't like them. Not one bit.
Taylor,
They're an
coming off
important
racist.
Device. Yeah, I'm coming off specious.
Orcist, I don't know.
Yeah, damn. Lord of the Rings rules. I can't wait to not watch whatever that ridiculous remake is going to be.
I think what I shared with you was the plot of like the anime. I think there's an animated Lord of the Rings thing coming out. Maybe I just based that reading through the comments and trying to understand what we were looking at. But it was just basically some sort of lady ancestor of Theoden being like a girl boss. And so it sort of takes the wind out of the sails of how courageous and out of character it was for, is it Eowyn?
Eowyn is Eomer's cousin. Yeah. Arwen is the elf one.
Arwen. Okay, Arwen's the elf one. So I do mean Eowyn because it's the horse fucking prefix, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, her going and killing the Witch King and all that shit. Picking up the little guy. I always mix up which one's Merry and which one's Pippin.
What?
That's fair.
No.
I don't know which is which.
The one who ends up in Gondor. And
don't
Mary
they switch actors during the film back and forth? I'm not even sure.
What are they, dwarves?
I mean, they did have little fellas that they used in a lot of shots. So
Dude,
they had
they
like
did.
the same dummy, not dummy. That's mean.
Zach, try to find that picture. It's the Lord of the Rings extra Hobbit creepy. Like Google search that, and it's like Gandalf or Aragorn. I don't remember which sitting there. I think it's Gandalf, and he's got a little Merry or Pippin doll in his with him, and its face is. It's not good. It's not
her
good.
face.
It might have been
of the extras.
who was odd looking.
I like to imagine Gandalf because he's like Ian McKellen so old. If he was shooting that movie, he'd be like, "Don't bring that thing any closer to me."
Didn't he just fall off a stage and get hospitalized?
He did. He'll be fine.
Good. He's already
fine. He's like 80 years old. He'll bounce back.
Yeah.
Donald Sutherland died today, 88 years old, I think.
That's sad.
Yeah, rest in peace.
The guy
Good
from
actor.
24?
His father.
That's Kiefer.
Father.
Yeah,
All right.
much older
What is
actor.
he in?
Well, if you want to go back to his heyday, he was in Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
I haven't seen that. What's something he's in that I've known?
Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games. I was going to actually, but he does tons of like middling movies, and he's often supporting old man wise character. He's got a very nice, gravelly, smooth voice that's commanding.
Seen any fantasy movies?
I'm sure, but they're not occurring to me right now. We're having like a little backyard patio party right now down there that I'm loving that I'm not part of. And I had a beer while I was out there.
The show and you're entertaining.
Yeah. I'm like, guys, I get so. If only I could be here with you.
I gotta work.
Yeah,
no one's gonna do Indian guy for 4 hours. If
I went, there's this. I was out there and there were some crows flying by, and I was like, I could call those crows. I was like, I used to hunt those things. I'm a bit of a beast master. And my buddy went, nah, no way. I'm like, watch this. I'm like, and I called the crow. I did like a crow distress call, which is a real thing. They're swooping around out there like a Hitchcock movie. It's hilarious. I'm not joking. There's 30 fucking crows out there losing their minds over this little group.
You
of
went
people.
to the party for 40 seconds and ruined it.
I wonder what you said to them.
Help.
If they're like fire or something.
It's help. So
Help.
we would
Okay.
you play that call, and usually the call is mixed in with an owl or a hawk. So it sounds like a crow's getting beaten up by an owl or a hawk, and the owl or hawk is this like screeching sort of noise. I didn't do that, but I did the sad crow noise, and they hate it. They're so smart that now I regret all the hunting of them I did when I was younger. Like I feel like I was just shooting parrots out there that had lives and thoughts and ideas.
Pies and ravens and crows. They're fucking smart and weird.
Yeah, they're shockingly smart. I see those little TikToks or YouTube videos of them doing really complex stuff, you know, displacing water.
Yeah, octopoids.
Cephalopods don't even live that long either. Like they got those short little. Yeah, isn't that fucked?
Yeah,
didn't
it
know that.
is. And I wonder, when you live a longer life, you can get smarter and smarter as you gather more wisdom and knowledge. The fact that they do so well in 18 months, like what would a hypothetical 9-year-old octopi know? Octopus. No.
Everything.
They cure cancer.
What do you think the ideal number of years for a human being would be? I think I wish it was more like a good solid 175.
Whoa, you're going high? So all right.
No,
so
no. Maybe you misunderstood the question. I don't want to, as we are now, live to 175 and be decrepit mummy man.
Right.
But I'm saying if you could retune the human body, make us more like sea turtles or something, and now at like 100. Yeah, my back hurts a little, but I can still run a this and that 40 or whatever. I'd
need the bell curve to flatten out a little bit, where like that 30-year-old version of you lasts longer. Because so 175, let's say that's about triple. Does that sound rightish?
Sure.
Shit, I don't want that 60 to 80 section to last 60 years.
Exactly.
That's too much.
And then eventually you're that thing from fucking Doctor Who, like the flat piece of skin with a face. You're just like,
nice
kill me, fuck. Yeah.
That's a good reference. Yeah. I just think, like, imagine the wisdom that we'd be able to pass on, maybe.
Oh, my greedy ass went to financial security, right? Because it only takes like,
sure,
if you put some money away, you should have money at 50, right? Like
there's a joke about broke vampires being the biggest losers in the universe.
Exactly. So if you only have to work from like 20 to 50 to acquire enough money that your money can grow and multiply on itself, then shit, you're going from 50 to 175, another 125 years of retirement and joy.
Yeah, I always cool. I almost always wanted to be the vampire in the vampire stories. But sometimes the vampires it's like, I don't want that life. That seems like a tortured existence. There's a few movies like that, but by and large, like Interview with a Vampire with Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise and Antonio Banderas, like a bunch of sexy vampires with ruffly sleeves living it up.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So here's the thing, Kyle, and I know you've lived some of this too. It can be difficult to form a friend group when everyone your age is out working, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I have friends, but they really only play with them on weekends. If you're a vampire, you're nocturnal. Your friend group is going to be really limited to people who also want to play at night. I think that might be kind of tortured.
Yeah, but you're well-to-do, presumably. So I think you just live in an area that has a real nightlife about it. Like if you went to Las Vegas and your friends were all like bar backs and strippers and gamblers, and it's like the guys who sleep their own days away because that's their profession. Like you could make a friend group like that, you know? Or if you, in the movie 30 Days of Night, they're way up in the Arctic Circle in that town that gets a month of nighttime, you know, every year. And so that's when the vampires attack during this month where they can just roam the streets relentlessly. That's a good movie. Those are vampires you wouldn't want to be. Those are like monster vampires.
Those are assholes.
You kind of have to be an asshole if you survive on people's blood.
Nah, there are humans who would get it. It's just like True Blood. True Blood called it. There would be fang bangers day one. It'd be a whole thing. Like everybody would be, oh, you can drink mine. I'm a vegan. Oh, you can drink, like you could have whatever kind of blood you wanted. I promise. Someone would, because there are people who are into it already. There's already people who drink each other's blood and dress up like vampires and do that for fun.
Just for fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really need like 6 weeks notice to like get the best body I can achieve.
Oh yeah.
And then do it. I could polish this baby up a little bit and lock that in.
You know, water fast, whatever. Like I want that gaunt look. I want to look hungry, like Brad Pitt and Troy. That might be his best physique, I think. Brad Pitt and Troy.
Yeah, everyone talks about Fight Club, but is it Troy? Why do I think it's Achilles? Maybe that's the character he plays.
That's the key. That's the character. Yeah.
In any case, he looked fantastic in that movie.
Yeah, vampire's definitely the best monster to have to become. You become the fish man, just give up. Gillman or whatever.
Yeah.
Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Suck.
The Deet
that shit. And the
Deet has gills, but someone will be into it.
Those gills are awfully gross. I just imagine trying to keep them clean.
Best body on the show.
Yeah, he's a good looking dude, but the gills, man, those gills are a real downer. I guess he can, breathe underwater.
That's useless.
Fuck octopus.
You can do that without the gills.
They have those beaks.
Shit, you're right.
Yeah. That's why you can never force an octopus.
You could just kind of fold one up around your dick, though. You just like kind of bend it in half and just
all those little suckers.
Oh yeah,
you'd
exactly.
have to think an octopus could give an amazing hand job.
Oh yeah,
hands job. I mean, why limit yourself? They've got 8 arms.
Remember the scene in Little Mermaid where the octopus is playing the drums? It'd be that, but just now we're just getting into tentacle porn. This has already been done to death.
Why haven't it's new to me. I'm behind.
The tentacle porn? Oh my god.
I'm aware of it, but I guess I've never discovered the genius of it.
It's pretty rough stuff, man. I've heard that it's all about the Japanese not having to censor tentacles, but having to censor, human or genitalia. Maybe abhuman genitalia, anything that looks like a penis. But you can have a just tentacle go ham on some girl who's. I remember one of the best Reddit comments. It's on some Japanese hentai or whatever. And the guy's like, "Oh, I don't speak Japanese, but you could tell she's loving it." And the next reply is, "She's saying stop." He's like, "You don't have to speak Japanese to know she's loving it." Like, she's saying stop. Yeah, that's rough stuff. There was a movie, I can't remember the name of it now, but it was a Spanish movie where the premise was this alien squid monster had crashed to Earth, and these people had it in their house, and they were fucking it. And it was like fucking these women so well that they were feeding people to it to get fucked some more by the squid monster thing.
Did you watch that 100 Beavers thing?
I did not watch the 100 Beavers thing.
So bad. Hundreds of beavers. I messed the name up. I read on Reddit, it had hundreds of beavers. It was the best movie he saw so far this year. And it had by far more beavers than any other movie. And I was like, I'm sold. So I tried to watch it. The first 3 minutes were intolerable. It was some sort of goofy song with some sort of goofy videography. And I could barely make out the words. I had to turn on the captions. After 6 minutes, I'm like, does this ever turn into a normal thing that you'd want to watch? So I skipped ahead 20 minutes and it was still goofy bullshit. I'm like, how? It was, I don't know, theatrical abuse. You would never want to see that. It was awful. Don't watch Hundreds of Beavers.
I hadn't planned to. I really added it for you. You seemed to be in you had a high on the beaver stuff. I wanted to make sure
really
you had
wanted
all
to
the
see
beaver
it.
content you could get. I've been watching a bunch of shit from the 70s, which is kind of hit or miss. I watched The Conversation last night. An hour and 45 minutes of Gene Hackman listening to this conversation. He's like phone tapping these people and using parabolic microphones and stuff. And there's a big twist at the end. And I was just left with like, yeah, that's definitely a 1970s movie. Like, it was good and all, but man, it was slow. Like, we could have done this in like 20 minutes.
I thought Taxi Driver was slow. And that's one of the really highly regarded movies of all time.
It's slow but compelling. It's like every scene I'm into. Like, even when Sybil Shepherd or whoever is taught in that campaign office and she's just shooting the shit with her Jewish boyfriend guy or whatever. I like that. She's so pretty, and then like he's so awkward and weird. He takes her to the porn theater and everything. Like, I can get through that one without getting bored. Almost every scene in that, I'm like, look at this shit. This is crazy. You got the 14-year-old prostitute with Jodie Foster doing that. I wonder how old she was when she did that. I don't think she's probably.
It's been 14. A long time since I've seen it, so I don't know. But I'm watching The Good Doctor, that autistic doctor TV show.
Autistic doctor.
First of all, so woke, and I like fuss. I don't normally complain about woke shows. I'm like the last guy to do that. But my wife is like, "Woody, calm down. This was shot in like 2020. At the time, like Black Lives Matter was at its peak and such, and that's just what was rolling when they made this." I'm like, "All right, I'll dial it back a little bit." But if another guy gets fired for mansplaining, I'm going to pop my top. This is ridiculous.
I fired another white guy, honey. We're running low.
There's none left. Yeah. Except for the doctor himself, the autistic one. If the guy's white, he's got like mitigating circumstances.
Yeah, I don't like the take with the boys that people are like, "Oh, you don't like it now? Guess you're too stupid to realize they were mocking you the whole time." It's like, no. First of all, they're not mocking me. I'm not one of those people you're mocking. But I always knew that this was an allegory for something modern day. And it reflected what we have, but you just copy pasted. You just copy pasted what we have. What you've done, I don't like because it is lazy and I'm trying to escape. I'm watching a TV show about superheroes right now. That's so the fastest man in the world. That's Superman over there, but evil. I'm not looking for a copy paste of the shitty world I'm already in.
So fucking annoying.
It's ham-handed now. Like last season, it was kind of subtle and beneath the surface a little bit. It didn't take a genius to put it together, but they didn't beat you over the head with it. This year they kind of are, but I'm still into it enough. Like new episode comes out tonight. I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, I'm watching it. Look,
Me too.
And that's how you know that I'm not some panty-waisted fucking, oh, they're making fun of me on TV kind of. It's like, I don't think that's me you're making fun of. First of all. But she is not hot. Like
are we talking about Firecracker or Sporn?
Oh, yeah. Firecracker. All right, Firecracker's kind of dirty hot. She's like trashy hot.
I see it.
But she's hotter than Aaron Moriarty. I
think she's hotter than current Aaron Moriarty. I like Aaron Moriarty 4 years ago more.
Okay, Time Machine Willie. Have your druthers. I want Monica Bellucci from 91.
Monica Lewinsky?
Monica Bellucci. Monica Lewinsky wasn't that bad in 91 either. She was like 16.
I was trying to do the math on it, whether on what direction you were taking the joke.
Wasn't she 24 and like 97, like something like that?
Sounds right-ish.
I have no idea.
Me neither. I was unborn.
Yeah, you were unborn at the time.
97. I was 6 and not invested in who was sucking the president's dick.
I remember somehow it being there and listening to the grown men talking in 1997 about it, and them like, why didn't you just wash it? And me having watched enough of the news, I went, it doesn't come out with a simple washing. And like not even know what cum is. Like having no clue what cum was.
But you knew about cleaning it.
But knowing enough to Dan Rather explained this last night. Weren't y'all paying attention?
You knew enough to be dangerous.
Yeah, that was a real low point, I felt like. But that's the worst thing he did, right? He seemed like a pretty nice guy by and large. I don't know about he didn't do NAFTA, did he? Wasn't that
he did do NAFTA, yeah.
Okay.
And there was another thing.
Easy come, easy go.
I lost my train of thought. Yeah, things went pretty well under him, but it wasn't.
He handled the shit in the Balkans without getting us involved.
Right.
There's
a statue of him.
Is there?
In Kosovo, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, Zach, I would love to see the Bill Clinton statue from Kosovo or wherever it is. I would love to see that.
Was it flattering?
You know what? Whenever I see that like another country has a thing for us,
they
makes me feel really good. Makes me feel really good, and it's like, oh, look, they appreciated us. I like that. You don't see that much stuff.
We should make our enemies do that.
That's how you know you really conquered them.
Wow, who's this thin fella?
That's what he looks like today. I mean, look at those hands. Holy shit, his hands are huge.
Yeah, we're used to seeing Trump. This guy with the big old hands.
That's
I know what I was going to say.
Like.
He's been accused of having non-consensual sex with a lot of
women.
Yeah, the women that Hillary Clinton allegedly intimidated. Allegedly, don't kill me, Clintons.
Why is he in the ghetto?
This is their version of Times Square in Kosovo.
This is the nicest. We are going to put it in the nicest place, Mr. Clinton. You
right next to the Gardenia laundry
area.
The hand should double as a windsock. What am I looking for? Like the rooster? What is that called? On the top of the barn?
Vane. Yeah.
Wind vane. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That'd be funny if it turned. With the
he
wind.
Would show you. Like, man, why don't we have any? Are there any foreign leaders we should have statues of? A little
Churchill?
Thank you. Do we have? Well, not Churchill. We kind of saved his ass. If you,
but I like him a lot.
He didn't do shit for us.
Not King George.
No, not King George. Actually, who was the?
Whoever was leading France during the Revolution.
King Louis the something. We should have a couple statues of that guy.
Honestly, I don't think the French get enough credit for helping us out in the Revolutionary War. If you've seen Mel Gibson's The Patriot, the documentary film, then they were influential.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't. I hate on the French for fun, but I don't know what they're up to over there. They're probably just.
Dude, they seem horrific. Every time you see them, they're horrific.
They like to protest.
They love protesting. That's fun, and they don't seem to be. They don't seem to be like namby-pamby blocking people in the road like half measure protests. They burn down entire cities.
Oh, you're right. I'm back on the same page. Yeah,
They go ham, and that's
Paris
fun.
that keeps fresh.
Yeah.
I think that's probably, and I'm talking on my ass a little bit here, but it's got to date back to how they threw down their own monarchy, right? They drug them from their towers and chopped their heads off.
They were big on that.
Like that's how they got their current government. So I guess that is reflected in how the wine tax will go up by 2% and they'll burn down a city.
Then they have to, kill a bunch of people. I mean, the French are not stoked on their government right now. So if you're a French leader, you got to be like, I've read books. This doesn't go well for me unless we get shit moving in the right direction.
Is it Macron? Something close to that?
Something like that with the old wife?
He, not wildly popular, but who is? And then who's the French leader that they just loved to the end?
None of them made it to the end. Probably. Napoleon. Yeah, they love Napoleon.
So much they crowned him twice.
Yeah.
But with Macron, he's wanting to get in there in Ukraine and mix it up with Putin for some reason. Like he's just chomping at the bit. He loves it. Yeah. He's just like, yeah, we need to send some advisors, get them in the country right now. Like, yeah, we might need to send soldiers. Let's make sure our draft is in order.
Is it going so well in France they can just afford that?
I mean, it's none of your American business, is it?
Well, there's a lot of countries that aren't my business. Israel, Ukraine, Russia.
All right, now those are different. Those are very important and key
I'll tell you which ones you should care about.
Israel. Yes or no?
No.
If I was getting some of those APAC dollars, I'd care.
Yeah, I'd get on board too. I'd wear that IDF uniform. I'd go serve. Whatever. In the back echelon, I don't want to be anywhere near any Hodges or anything.
I'll meet you halfway. I'll wear pins I didn't earn.
Oh, I'll steal valor. Yeah.
I'll boss around some of those guys you got all zip tied and black bagged. I'll say some mean shit to them if you want me to, do something like that. I'll dig holes, whatever. I just don't want to get in the gunfight.
No,
I don't. Card say feelings hurter.
I don't want to spend any time in the Middle East.
No.
At all.
That's a big region of the world. You're almost like Mac, and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, where he's just crossing huge entire continents are getting wiped out instantaneously. Africa, never.
Yeah, dude. If I had infinite money and wanted to travel everywhere, it'd be like, all right, Africa, no, nowhere there. Actually, I'd see the pyramids, which is basically like sniffing the continent of Africa and then wafting back up to the Mediterranean. And then I would not go to the Middle East. Lord knows I'm not going to India. What other areas do I not want to go to?
Leave the Taj Mahal on the table? You're not even going to play that card?
Which continents have you been to so far?
Me? North America.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say,
no, Central America. Mexico's North America. No, I've only North America and islands. Eastern Europe. I don't think I need to go there. Looks like the sad area.
All of Eastern Europe.
Just most of it. Like
if beautiful. I see these videos of the tree lines exploding over there, and I want to see it.
No, Europe would be like Italy, Spain. Not France, the UK, Scotland.
This is the Jeff Foxworthy tour or some shit. What are you doing?
I'll go to Poland. And I'll get all my Eastern Europe experience in Poland. Poland seems nice, but I don't need to go to fucking Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Belarus. All that stuff. Don't need to go over there.
All
it's
those
probably
countries
similar.
Hate each other down there in that little pocket.
If I went to Russia, I don't want anything to do with that enormous amount of nonsense in the East. Just actually, no, not even Russia. I can see pictures of
all of Russia just nixed.
Okay, not all of it. Like a 4-hour layover in Moscow. Get the gist.
That's in the
capital city.
Yeah, that's where you'd look. That's the furthest west. Yeah, so like. What am I going to go to fucking Yaroslavl, some bullshit city in Eastern Russia? No.
I mean, I want to see how the common Russian lives. They have outhouses.
That seems almost propagandistic.
It does. I kept researching. There are entire villages where they don't know what to do with their trash, or their feces. And they're interviewing the people and they're like, must be careful or fall in. Then what will become of me? Like a 90-year-old woman, like her biggest fear day to day is falling into the outhouse hole because that'll be it.
You know, that's she probably lives a mostly happy life.
I was listening to Jordan Peterson recently, and he was ripping. He was ripping on doctors, saying that they're terrible, they don't save lives, and that plumbers have saved more lives than doctors have. And at first, I was like, on the surface, that sounds absolutely ludicrous. But then when you think about it, a lot of lives have been saved by having running water. Like the fact that we no longer dump our chamber pots in the streets, like that level of hygiene has had a huge impact.
Why don't you just give plumbers
cholera.
vinegar while you're at it? Like they don't get running water. Plumbers don't get to own running water.
I do this thing in my mind, maybe everybody does, where you like hear something wild and try to imagine what he could have meant to make it less wild. And I'm like, okay, plumbing. That did fix cholera. Was the Black Plague a plumbing thing? I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys do, though.
Yeah. It
was
also spread via like disease in water.
Cholera.
Like dirty well water and stuff. Like something dies in the well and now people are getting sick.
I think it was just God's will and they deserved it.
That's
so anyway. Like plumbing as an invention, if you assign that to plumbers, have done a lot to save a lot of lives, but it's hard to beat medicine.
I mean, if we're actually like adding up, it's like obviously medicine.
Jordan Peterson has become a flaky
flaky
fucking liar grifter who dresses like the fucking
Riddler.
Yeah, all the time now. He's saying wild stuff.
My room filthy, Batman.
Dressing like the Riddler and collecting cash, and it's
what do you do to ruffle your feathers?
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what that guy's up to.
Oh, really? So he's going full like right-wing grifter, loosely playing with the facts, hating doctors. That's, I guess,
does he hate doctors or does he love plumbers?
I think it's
it's the first. Yeah, he just doesn't trust medicine in general. He thinks they're all out to get you.
I think that there are certain branches of medicine in which it's in their best interest to keep you as is to classify your illness, whatever you want to call it, as something that needs to be treated rather than something that can be cured. I think
might line up with you if we're talking about like parts of research.
Mental illness.
Cholesterol.
Yeah. I was actually thinking of, I don't know, like make it AIDS. Why do we treat that instead of cure it? Lots of things we just blood pressure, high blood pressure, lots of cardiac things. Like we don't just work on the cure. Once we can manage it, problem solved, repeating income.
Yeah. Diabetes. Although I hear the Chinese that like cured diabetes.
They don't have any diabetes in China. There's no fucking way that they're diabetic.
I read serious articles about how the Chinese had cured diabetes. No more diabetes.
Okay.
Do they get rid of sugar?
That was the solution all along.
All this time, we just made people not fat.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's always going to be more money in any business model of treating rather than curing because it's just the nature of you can only sell a cure once. Like that's how it would obviously have to work.
Right. And then I wonder, am I like a wacky conspiracy theorist for thinking that they're not trying to cure it? Or is it just easier to treat than cure?
Or might they have been many cures maybe the cures happened 8 different times independently, but some company keeps buying it up and shelving it so they can keep selling their $1,000 pills.
That
could be as well. You know how much fucking chemo costs per bag? Like if they came up with a cure for cancer that cost anything south of $1 million a pill, then they'd lose money by releasing it.
Dude, chemo's like the fucking lobotomy of our age. Like they're going to look back at that so critically of like, really? They thought the best way to get rid of cancer was to like shoot radiation at it and like fingers crossed the bad parts get hit the most. And it was like, yep. And that was the best thing.
Chemo's also those bags of poison that you're IVing straight into your body every week that they had to invent a drug so that the poison wouldn't make you violently ill anymore. Instead of just making it so the drug didn't make you violently ill to begin with.
Prostate cancer.
Make it twice.
2 for 1.
Prostate cancer used to be like a super bad ultra horrible part, like kind of cancer, like in my lifetime, when I was a teenager. And then they started putting a seed next to like up your butt, I guess. And it became a really local sort of radiation thing. And they treat it much better. And it's not as bad as it used to be. I wonder why that seed concept doesn't work on other things. Why don't they stick it next to your liver, stick it next to your bone, whatever else needs treatment?
I have no idea.
I want those all in my body, little radioactive seeds.
Yeah, give me some seeds, bud.
Yeah, I knew someone who wasn't allowed near pregnant people because he had a seed up his butt.
Hilarious.
He had to point his ass in the other room, kind of lean in.
His gas was toxic.
Don't come near.
God.
I'm spraying strontium.
I guess our fetus is just extra
weak,
susceptible to radiation, or is his butthole seed really putting off that kind of power?
We've exhausted my knowledge of the situation. My guess is
get back to me next week. I'm fucking flabbergasted.
Sometimes
from his asshole.
So my wife had a couple babies, and there are a lot of medicines that fall in this, like, we don't really know if it's bad for you, so it's off limits to you. And maybe it's just one of those deals, like, we haven't fully tested radiation on fetuses.
Oh, we have.
So we're just gonna stay away.
We tested like a million at once in the mid 40s.
Yeah. We got that. We got the testing all wiped out.
It did not go well. They died.
I think Propecia, like the hair loss stuff, will mutate a fetus. I think it'll like cause severe like deformities and all sorts of awful things to happen.
Like,
is there any reason for women to take Propecia?
No, but she might get it contaminated through her husband, like if he's got like pills or gets into them.
If she swallows enough semen.
So formaldehyde. Propecia is like finasteride, like the DHT blockers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
What was thalidomide for? The medicine? Do you know?
Don't know what that is.
Thalidomide?
You're adorable for thinking I might know that.
Look up.
You know how long I've known about thalidomide? 7 seconds.
Have you heard
it's a new word for me.
You haven't heard of the children of thalidomide? So basically,
of course, the children of thalidomide.
Yeah, those kids were dope. They were good at baseball.
They gave all these kids thalidomide, and like, what happened to them?
Oh wow, yeah,
superpowers. I think
so. Thalidomide was the drug that was being given to pregnant women for, I don't even know what the purpose was, and it was being, they didn't know the side effects of it. Like, you have to be, like we just said, uber careful what you give to pregnant women, because
purple teeth.
Really, purple teeth. You could have anything, and it made these kids come out with like sideshow freak level deformities, like because they had thalidomide in vitro.
That kid's got double little hands.
They all have double little hands. Look.
Oh shit!
I'm not sure about kid number 2. Does he have any hands at all?
Hey, they can't even put floaties on that poor fucker.
Yeah,
it's a Billy Joel song, really? Oh wait, no, that's a lyric. And
actually, so 3 of the kids have floaties around their waist, which seems like a decent idea. Yeah. One has them on his little pseudo arms. Those babies are gonna slide right off.
That's the least loving parent there.
Right?
No, he's fine
with that boy.
Are any of them? Wait, okay, when did this happen? 1950s. It was to treat morning sickness. So the juice was not worth the squeeze in this instance.
That's horrific.
Yeah, that's awful.
That's horrific. Can you imagine being the husband? You couldn't throw up. You couldn't handle it, huh?
This is your fault. No,
I tell you what makes me want to puke. I caught him out there trying to do the backstroke yesterday.
40% died at or shortly after birth, and those who survived, really rough.
Became poor swimmers.
Yes, honestly, what are they doing there? Like, that's cruel.
Send those kids to the soccer field. What are we thinking?
Yeah, honestly, give them a soccer ball. Let them have a fun time. Could have been some
Air Bud rules type shit by the time one of those little kickers got out there.
Yeah, because I don't think this kind of arm placement is good for any sport other than soccer.
No, they call it T-Rex syndrome.
Can you run? Yeah. Can you run without arms?
You wouldn't be good at soccer, but like if they had their own,
like a cat's tail,
they could have their own league, like trans.
What about diving or something?
They do have their own league, though.
What?
I don't know, the crippled basketball association or something. I'm sure there's a league of handy, capable people out there kicking balls around, though. It's
Special Olympics soccer team, go.
See, I don't know
Yeah.
isn't the Special Olympics the mentally challenged people?
Paralympics.
Yeah, Special
Yeah.
Olympics, mental. Paralympics is physical.
What if you have both? Which one would you elect to go with?
Dealer's choice.
Well,
What if there's
whichever
ever
one
been
has
a
lower
two-
competitors.
What if there's been anyone who's like, you know, a champion in both, the way that like some NASCAR drivers would like, they do the Indy 500 and they do like a helicopter to get to the F1 race or whatever.
Yeah. Now for the World Button Eating Championship.
What's the lowest
The front of
level
each competitor are 4
disability?
pounds of lead paint chips.
Like, could you get into the Paralympics with a missing toe, 3 missing toes? What do you got to miss? Right? Like,
It's
what
kind
if
of
you're
like
playing
porn.
soccer with no pinky fingers at all?
Yeah. It's like porn. You know it when you see it. Like if someone walks in with like a missing toe, you're like, get the fuck out of here. You're not a part of this. But if somebody comes in like missing both hands and a gimp leg, you're like, get in there, son. Get in the
Billiards, World Billiards Championship. No
mix.
hands.
Thalidomide
No
kids.
arms.
A lot
Yeah.
of dropped cues here, Alan. That's true.
Oh, look at the teeth marks on that cue. He's a champion.
People are calling it the most mean-spirited joke in sports history. A spelling bee at the Special Olympics.
They're all deaf.
The armless
deaf
Woody's
mutes.
gamer tag is dominating.
Hey.
With a special sphincter holding technique.
A seemingly
Oh.
healthy and fit 51-year-old man has taken the field. He's thrashing everyone. Unfortunately,
That's,
the guards here are also special, and so we can't shut him down. He's too quick.
That's Johnny Knoxville did a movie in 2005 called
The Ringer,
I think.
hilarious.
Yeah, I watched that. Like, I should have been at work, but we went on a lunch break and just stretched it out and watched that movie in theaters. That was so funny, and they had real special needs people in the movie as actors instead of. Look, I think that a straight person should be able to play a gay person. A gay person should be able to play a straight person. I don't think we need to like divide down those kinds of lines, but it just I don't want to see a non-special needs person playing a. I guess that doesn't track though, does it? No. Yeah, I guess they had Down syndrome though. That's what I want to.
Okay.
I don't want to see a regular person pretending like they have Down syndrome because I can't. There's no way that unless it's a comedy.
Somehow that
maybe.
seems like it's in bad taste. The
Somehow
good
it seems
doctor,
like
the
it's in bad
autistic guy,
taste.
he's not autistic.
All right. So now that we're on this subject, Woody, if you show everybody that link, oh damn it, where'd it go? If you scroll up a little bit to I can relink it. It's the People magazine, people.com. This is a good one. Taylor needs to be here for this. I don't know why he stepped away with his baby bladder. I've only pissed 4 times.
Oh, the Victoria's Secrets chick.
Yes. The new
I've seen her before.
that was a new one for me. That I feel like this is one of those where I'm like happy for the inclusion, I guess. Whereas normally I'm upset by it because I feel like the only thing wrong with her is she has Down syndrome.
Yeah, I feel like
Does that make sense?
is me eyeing her up and down from head to toe for sexual appeal mean because she has Down syndrome and grading her, or inclusive because that's what I do to any other Victoria's Secret model?
That's what they get. Yeah. I think it's inclusive. I think it's showing that you don't see IQ and you're a modern day man and a gentleman and a scholar as well. I like this inclusion. It makes so much more sense than like a gigantic obese woman as a Victoria's Secret model because that's no good. But this is good, like that chick's really hot. She just happens to have Down syndrome.
What?
Victoria's Secret added their first Down syndrome model over here, Taylor. If you want to check out that little link there.
Zach, can you show it to everyone? I think it's safe for work and no problem.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
This
I
is
looked for the
newest-
nudes. I promise you, they don't exist yet. I dug deep.
There she is, right?
That's awesome.
That's Victoria's Secret model worthy, I think.
Well,
It might be shopped. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's more pictures of her on there. Like I saw a bunch of them. She's like a really nice bodied, pretty girl. She just happens to have Down syndrome.
She has hands Trump would envy.
Oh, she She'd alpha the shit out of him in a handshake.
It's hard to alpha Trump in a handshake.
He'd be like, it's true what they say. They are really strong. Like a chimpanzee.
That'd be hilarious if you said that.
Dude, I just imagine the like meeting at Victoria's Secret where some guy comes in, like he's looking at himself in the mirror that morning and he's like, Ted, it's a good idea. Bring it up. Bring it up. And then what if like they asked him and he's like, what if we had like a special needs, like a Down syndrome model? And they're like, where are we going to find one? He's like, I have one. In mind. I have one in mind. I saw her at the store. I tagged her. And so I know where she is and we can go grab her. So we can go grab her, get her on the cover. Yeah. Because good for her. I can see where you were coming from when I sat back down initially. In favor of that, not in favor of if she was fat. None of that. None of that. We do not need that.
Preach, brother, preach.
Yeah, no fat people should be. I don't even know why they're allowed in cinema as a whole. There should be like a fat
allowed
list.
to attend movies or be starred in movies. I'm confused. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, there should be like a Hollywood fat list where like if you're in the 20 fat people who are currently allowed to act, you're good. So like John Goodman would be at the top of that list. John Goodman. Okay. Okay. We don't even have to waste space on John Goodman. Perfect.
His heart was giving him trouble.
Every like 3 years, we have to put Jonah Hill back on it. Take him off. Back off because I don't want to lose Jonah Hill. He's a good actor. Who else is a big fat person? No, he sucks. What
about that King of Queens guy?
Kevin James?
Yeah, he's awful.
PKA Paul Blart.
Yeah, Paul Blart has to convince me why he deserves to be on the fat list in Hollywood because I wouldn't put him there. No fat women. Kathy Bates. Okay, one fat woman.
Oh, you can't take Kathy Bates from us. She's great.
I was saying one woman is allowed on the list of Kathy Bates because I like
which
Kathy
fat
Bates.
people make the cut.
Oh, okay.
Which ones are worthy of still existing in our known universe?
I like having the fat actors. That's one of the few like jobs where I feel like, oh, perfect. We need a fat guy. I always imagine what it's like being a casting director. And like at some point in the process, you're like, are you the fat guy? Yes, I am. Come on in here. You answered the call for the disgusting, fat, slovenly pedophile. Great makeup,
my
by
whole
the
life
way.
for this role.
Yes.
Who does your makeup? This is the wardrobe. I can smell you from where I'm sitting.
He's a method actor. It's despicable.
That's not his daughter.
That's not his daughter. I stopped at a grade school on the way.
You've got the part. Great to meet you, Mr. Spacey. Dude, I hate that Kevin Spacey's been thrown under the bus.
He's not fat. He's in.
They write those the names of the documentaries about him are all like Spacey, evil uncovered, and it's like, come on, he's a dick grabber. He's a dick grabber. He doesn't.
I'm sorry, I'm on.
Let the man act.
I have 2 actors who I think might belong on your fat list.
Okay, I'll vet them.
All right. If you haven't been paying attention, you might not expect this one, but Matt Damon.
Matt Damon's fat now?
Oh, yeah.
Is he really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Fat for a role, you think?
I feel like it can't be denied. Whenever I look at him, I'm like, oh, remember we used to make fun of Fat Damon? They've swapped.
Fat Damon did get fit. He's Fit Damon now.
Yeah.
Or Meth Damon, whichever you prefer. And he is in everything. He's genuinely doing 4 movies a year minimum.
Okay, I'm fine with
lots and lots of movies.
I'm fine with that.
And he belongs on the list, right?
Show me Matt Damon, please, Zach. I want to see this fat Matt Damon.
I don't see him fat, really.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a good fat picture of him, but I can't tell if this is him or that other guy.
Let me just Google, is Matt Damon fat?
That's what I looked up, and it was...
Every time I see him interviewed, I'm like, oh, man. He's fatter than James Corden.
Okay. Yeah, he's fat. He's not like what would jump out at me as like a John Goodman fat, a Lizzo fat, but he's fat.
I mean, last year he was wearing a fat suit for a role.
The Breaking Bad guy?
You know, he's wearing a fat suit for a role last year.
Every time I see him interviewed, it's in his face. These aren't roles.
Well, that's a different person on the right? Is that Matt Damon on the right, or is that Meth Damon? I genuinely can't tell.
Matt Damon on the right.
I can't tell if that's him or not. It looks to me more like the other guy. The mustache and the hair looks kind of gingerish.
He looks good on the left.
Hold Well, obviously,
So
looks
he
good on the
can
left.
get back to that. And so I say, you know, he's in like a probationary period. He doesn't.
Here's
have to go
another
on
one,
the fat list.
Taylor. Ricky Gervais.
Oh, he can be chubby. He's British chubby funny.
Yeah. He can be chubby. I like
He
Ricky
makes
Gervais.
the list.
The Ricky Gervais podcast show with him and Carl Pilkington gave me a lot of laughs, and so he's
You might put Tom.
grandfathered in.
Oh, Tom Segura is like not fat anymore.
Yeah,
I don't
there's
think
not
he's
a lot
an
of fat
actor.
actors.
He's kind of
There's that
fat from the neck up, which is a bummer.
Yeah, is he? Are you
That is a huge bummer.
are you pro or con fat people, Caleb?
My pro or against fats?
Yeah.
Well, as I call them, my channel is a little more politically correct than your guys. We call them people of size. All right,
Mhm,
for one.
mhm.
So we'll get that straight. Yeah, I mean, I think well, give me more context for an answer. What am I pro or con? Just overall, I love some fat people.
Okay.
You know?
All right, we're on the same page then.
Yeah, I love
you've
just like
clearly
anybody.
You've never been fat. You haven't walked that lonely road.
No, I was quite chubby when I was a child, and then I went through puberty and then got skinny, and stuff. So no, I not as an adult. No, I never had to worry about that type of stuff.
And you'll
Chase
never
cows
get
and
that,
dogs on the daily. It keeps you fit.
Yeah,
Filling your belly with fucking ginger,
ginger and lamb.
just nice lean proteins and whatever.
I just think the
kind of carb-
distinction is like I don't want to hunt the fatties down and like
No, of course not.
use those big nets on them that they used for lunatics back in the day or anything. But
You need.
I also don't want to glorify fatness and be like, oh, look how hot she is, even though she's 80 pounds overweight. Isn't that amazing? And everybody's like, that's me too. That's me too. Anything good you say about her, it's about me now because I'm fat and beautiful. It's like, no, she is magically 1 in 10 million fat and beautiful. You're not. Most fat people aren't beautiful. Most fat people, and it's the unhealthiness is the problem. For who cares? You be ugly, you know. It's about being unhealthy.
I agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. Don't be ugly in my presence.
Oh well, avert your eyes, fucker.
You're the one being.
It's not like any fat people are flying around in the clouds with you.
I taped over all the mirrors in my house.
I think we've talked about it before, like how there's very few fat paramotorers. They usually go for the trikes, I guess, though.
They do that. They're trikes, yeah.
Yeah, I always had the joke how Wings paramotor would look like a GPU.
Man, they just went out.
Oh, you're back.
I'm back. Yeah, that was weird as fuck.
Do you
What'd I
cover
miss?
many fat dramas on your channel? Any fat stories? Any stories of ties?
Any dramas of size?
Yeah.
Yes, I some of the first large videos I did were talking about like 1,000-pound sisters and 12 sodies a day and that type of stuff. And a couple of them, there's actually I did a video on my 600-pound life and this guy Casey King. I'm bad with names. Casey King, who lost a bunch of weight. And there's like a super famous video of him getting bathed in like a water trough by his dad, and he just kind of he was like a shithead kind of in the TLC thing, and he lost a bunch of weight and is just a really good guy who came out on the other side with just like so much character and so much wisdom and stuff. And I actually, like, when I first made that video, I looked him up after. I was like, let me make sure this guy's not, doing really well right now. And lo and behold, he's doing incredibly well. So some of my biggest moments are around people of size. A lot of people in the obese community hate me. They think I'm fat phobic.
Yeah. Well, they're not an active bunch, so
yeah, I can run pretty quick.
Yeah.
But
can I just say I hate that when you don't like something that they use the phobic thing.
yeah, you're phobic. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
I wish words meant things.
So we're
Like,
shut
I
down
mean-
discussion. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm not afraid
Yeah.
of you. I hate you.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
should call you fattest. Right?
Yeah.
Not fat phobic. Just you're coming off as a bit of a fattest.
I have no fear. I just
Yeah.
dislike.
Or
No,
like,
I don't know. I've got a lot of really fat friends and stuff, and I don't really care
I
that
have
much.
fat friends is the typical line you hear from a fattest.
that's
Yeah,
true.
it's a-
Soon you're
it's
going to
a-
want them to have to use their own water fountains and buffet trays. And
I have a lot of fat friends, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Mm.
we've all
my
got fat
dogs
friends.
are fat.
I've been the fat friend.
Oh, your dogs are fat?
Ender's fat. The other one's bone skinny. Can't get her to eat.
One of my dogs is fat, and she's been on a diet for months and months, and she steals enough food to stay fat. And I mean, I do my best to keep food away from this dog, but she'll lie and wait for hours until like the other dog goes out to pee, and she'll sprint to his bowl to like take his food away. At night, I'll hear something rattling around if any food is left anywhere. Like she'll grab a loaf of bread that's in the bag, like off the back edge of the counter, and be off with it, eating an entire loaf of bread. She's eaten whole cakes before, whole pies and things, like 10,000 calories into this 60-pound dog in an hour. He's not like morbidly obese, but it's like, you're chunky. Like we got to do something about this. It's so hard to make the dog lose weight though. And it runs all day.
You got to shut that down before it gets morbidly obese. The best time to lose weight is when you're like 10 pounds overweight. The worst time is when you're fat as fuck. And
you have metabolic syndromes.
It's so much harder.
Easy to lose.
Yeah, but there's such
if you're
long
40
road.
pounds overweight, you can lose 20 like that.
Yeah.
And everyone says you look great for achieving something you should have already had. You reached the starting point that should have been your starting point, but you look fantastic.
Dude, Woody will go from being like, he'll be like, oh, I don't mind the Democrats. I think I'm going to vote for them. And then fat people will come up and he's like goose stepping. And
if a fat guy was the Democrat,
Woody is the most based guy about fat people. Just like, no, get that shit out of my fucking face. I shouldn't have to deal with it.
Woody, how fat would the Democratic candidate for president have to be for you to vote for Donald Trump instead?
Oh, wow. Well, Trump's no skinny mini himself, so he would.
No whataboutism here.
No, because that's what's going to happen, right? If he was Trump's size, for example, well, then it'd be a tie, right? He'd have to be well fatter than Trump is.
Big boy.
For me to, yeah. Like,
maybe Chris Christie
Biden, Woody?
Belt.
Yeah, probably. I think Trump has a truth problem, and I don't like that.
Interesting. I think they all
vote for a morbidly obese Democrat.
Yeah, right. Chris Christie as a Democrat, I might have to go red on this one.
He's fatter than Chris Christie. Like he's genuinely fatter than Chris Christie. He sweats.
The guy,
the imaginary Democratic candidate for president.
I was saying Chris Christie was enough. If he was a Democrat,
fair enough.
Go Trump.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Wow. I love that. It's awesome.
Okay, I just looked up fattest congressman. Looks like Jerry Nadler.
Damn.
Jerry Nadler? Is he?
All right, pull up Jerry Nadler, but in the fattest picture you can, so we can actually get a
real cherry pick.
A real cherry pick, because I did just notice there's an article from 2002 about him losing weight, so we're gonna have to look back in the past.
2002, good God.
Pre-COVID. For
Jerry Nadler from the like chest up looks like a regular old person. Like, he doesn't stand out at all.
Oh
no, fat.
See what he does to you?
I can't believe you've done this.
Had that in the fucking chamber.
That's awesome.
That's a chunky monkey right there.
Oh, and he's 5'3", so that can happen over the course of a weekend if you're that height. Thank you.
He's a dwarf. He's wider than he is tall.
That's awesome.
It must be hard to win elections with.
I love that fit, dude.
He looks powerful.
What's your neck size? 28.
That's awesome.
It's like a 15-year-old's waist. Yeah, that is like, we should make more election and voting decisions just based on aesthetics, because then we might get a more attractive, better looking, younger, people,
handsome dude.
Handsome
people. We need to vote someone in hot. We need to vote in a hottie.
Yeah, like Arnold in his prime. Wave that American requirement. No, you vote for me. Get
I gotta say, I almost want
president. You are all transitively fit.
He's the most popular Republican in America. There was a poll recently.
It would look great to have him. Well, not anymore, but like old Arnold, like 1995 Arnold as a politician. would have looked good, next to like the Russians or like any antagonistic
Oh, yeah.
government. Since you got Arnold over there.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Right?
But he did,
Schwarzenegger standing next to Gorbachev with that wine stain on his ball.
Oh, he get him in a headlock.
And try to rub it off.
The picture of that like Cro-Magnon Neanderthal looking Russian politician who was formerly like the largest boxer to ever professionally box. Do you remember that guy, Kyle?
Vaguely, I more remember that famous
recent?
Russian. What's the thing when you play with the balls in the pool?
Nikolai Valuev.
Water polo? Water polo?
No, but water polo. He looked like a
Pick that if you can.
like a bear.
Yeah, Nikolai Valuev was. So this is the only guy that we couldn't put Arnold up against. Other than that, he would beat up any world leader in 1995. Not now, because there's probably some like young buck in fucking Uzbekistan.
I'm glad you brought this up. For some reason, it triggered. Did you see the whole Putin goes to North Korea shit show this week?
I sent you the picture of them like driving in like the.
That's a real picture.
Yeah, I know. It's funny.
So I think Putin drove trucks in the army or something. Maybe I'm misremembering that, but he's made a show of driving in front of the public before. Which, to be fair, I've never seen our presidents driving. They don't do that. It's a sort of a way of identifying with the common man, I'm sure. But yeah, there you go. This is crazy. This is so silly to me. I saw that the entire
car to him. I think he might have.
I don't know. I saw the entire approach to Pyongyang or whatever was just flags, Russian flags, and these and pictures of Putin's face, like for miles and miles on these empty like interstate highways that they have. I never see traffic there. I don't think anyone has a car.
Is that actually real?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His watch
he
looks
gave him
fake.
that car. He's showing him the car. That's a gift.
His watch looks like it's AI generated.
That's a gift from Putin to.
Yes. Yeah. I guess North Korea has been supplying them with artillery. I can't say the word. I might be close. And this is a thank you. He gave him that. I think Kim Jong Un gave him like a piece of granite that looks like a tombstone. Did you guys see that?
It's just big granite sort of. I suppose you could mount it on a wall. It's very large and it has Putin's face engraved upon it. But it looks like a tombstone, like a big ornate one.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. Not as good as the car. Way worse than a car. Like, so
why didn't he give him a Russian car?
Have you seen that funny
It's not.
clip from years ago?
That was a Mercedes.
Am I wrong? Let me see.
Yeah, they love
I could have
Mercedes over
sworn
there.
it was a Mercedes.
Have you seen that funny clip where it was like the prime minister of Tajikistan or something gifting Putin a dog?
No. Oh, yes. And
the
he's
prime minister's
handling the
like,
dog poorly.
Putin, I bring to you a very nice Uzbeki dog. And he like gives it to him. And they're like, it's like a photo op. And so the Uzbek guy is like holding it by the gruff of its neck, like just the way they hold dogs in Uzbekistan. And Putin's like, and like grabs the dog from him and like holds it like a normal person. And it's like, oh, thank you for the dog. And the Uzbek guy's like, yeah, he liked the dog.
Very good with onions.
You don't race it.
He handed it to him like he had like a bunch of sausage links all tied together.
Exactly.
And the dog's clearly like in pain a little, like uncomfortable. And it's like wiggling around, and Putin's like, "Give me the fucking what? The cameras are here, dude. Come on,
Zach,
look, I love dogs too."
Zach, if you can find the photo of him
Kicking a
hurriedly
dog is career
grabbing
suicide.
the dog from the business. It's hold on.
What did you find?
It's a picture of it. It's so funny. Yeah, put this picture up and you'll have to zoom in. It's like a third of the way down the article. The one with with Turkmenistan's president Garbuguli Bermagamenov.
Like you caught a fish.
He's a big one.
In the video, like go back to the other picture, Zach, real quick, where just him holding it.
Go, bro.
Like you can see Putin in the background with his hand kind of like on the chair like this.
He's getting up.
He's like quickly getting up to be like, oh, the dog, thank you so much.
Yeah.
If that Turkish dude was a Twitch streamer, he'd be canceled.
Yeah, that's bad optics, bro. But lower that fucking dog.
What are they doing to dogs in
That
Turkmenistan?
dog looks so scared.
What are they doing at all in Turkmenistan?
Where the hell's Turkmenistan? Asia, I assume. But
I would assume Central
the rest of the
Asia with Uzbekistan and Tajikistan and
right there by them.
Yes, I know where all of them are.
They're all kind of clumped together, right?
The unspecified stands.
Top of my head, south of Uzbekistan, northeast of Iran.
Somewhere between Georgia and Mongolia.
Yes, just a huge window.
Yeah, exactly.
Azerbaijan.
Caleb, have you considered getting one of those yard ornament cows, or did you say you had one already?
Since we've done the podcast, I've acquired 3 more.
What?
Yeah, I now have a Highland bull and 2 zebus.
You got any photos of
that
these
last
that you
one
can
again?
share with
What
us?
is it called?
Let me see.
Zebu.
Zebu. I actually don't think I had 2 Highland calves that I had last time. I don't know if I don't really take pictures. I'm like super weird with my phone.
How much do they cost?
Oh, yep. I actually do have a picture of the zebu, the mom.
Zach, it's Zebu. Can you?
Yeah, zebu. See.
Oh, I can see. Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, that's the cow's face off the fancy milk I buy.
Yep. They're really small. The full grown ones are like 400 pounds. They're really small. And then the bull is
Look at that guy.
Yeah.
Is
Look at
that
the nutsack
African?
on that thing.
Look at
I believe they're like
nutsack.
African, Asian.
I mean, oh man, can't evolution do better than nuts?
Oh, is that
I
the
really
one
want
that
to
they chop the head off on Apocalypse Now with the machete?
Maybe.
Oh yeah. You ever seen that, Taylor? Apocalypse Now, where they kill the bull? They do it for real toward the end of Apocalypse Now with a machete.
I have
They're
not
doing like
seen that movie. No.
so.
So understandably, it probably took like 15, 20 hacks.
Dude, it was just like Henrietta. They are hacking through this. They go like spine down, hacking until it's 3 good whacks, and they take a full-grown bull's head off though with a machete or maybe even a sword. It's been a while. It's a rough.
There's a bull too.
Can you full screen Caleb?
Oh, that's a little guy. Look at him.
And then the bull's behind him there.
Oh, that's a big boy. Holy shit.
Yeah.
How much does a calf cost?
The mama and the calf were 1,000, and
That's like regular cow prices.
it was at an auction, and the bull was 1,200, and I was supposed to get a Highland cow that was pregnant. I wanted a Highland cow that was pregnant, but she ended up going for like $3,800, and I was like, I'm not fucking paying that much. So I got a little zebu because nobody wants a zebu. They're like little useless, adorable little yard ornaments.
Yeah, you just wanted a friend.
I just want a little buddy. All right.
You got enough room for one of those, Woody. You can get a couple Highland cows over there.
I don't have a
Get you
grass
either.
fence, and if I did have a proper fence, it would make mowing even harder.
That's fair.
True.
That's fair.
I'll grow you one. You can have one of my calves.
That sounds fun.
I know for a fact.
He'd slaughter it, and you'd be like, how's little birdie doing? Woody's like, man, it packed out good. I'm talking 80 pounds of beef.
Yeah. I didn't know it was going to be fat. I had to kill it as soon as I got home.
Ew. Woody only wants those like Belgian blue jacked cows.
Yeah.
He gave me a fat cow.
Yeah, I like those cows that are just full of muscle. Every cow should be those cows.
Oh,
I love
jacked
cows.
up
They're
with a
so cute.
pituitary problem.
They're too sweet. Like that. If you know any cows, then you should feel a little guilty about eating beef.
They're so cute.
Gotta
Sweet.
not think about it.
And their tongues are like that long. Their tongues shoot out of their mouths.
That's what they
When
said in
they're
Nuremberg.
babies, they suck your thumb.
Yeah, they're really weird.
I did not think about it.
The Nuremberger trials.
Yeah, Nuremberg trials.
But yeah, the zebu's cool though. I love her. Her name's Gertrude.
That's I know there's this
It's a good name
old,
for a cow.
there's an old sci-fi show called Sequest, and it's in the future, and beef has been outlawed. It's like crime to possess beef because agriculture has been sort of outlawed because the flatulence and the burps from the cows were such an issue for the ozone. I guess that's the future we foresaw in 1993 or whenever this show was out. But there's a show where the guy he's got one. He's cooking up a burger like in his quarters, and the chief comes along and catches. He's like, "Is that a real hamburger? Give me that contraband. Get the hell out of here. I ought to send you to the brig." He goes to throw it in the trash, and he's like, "Oh yeah!" And he throws the rest of it away, and it's like, God,
That's
I hope
cool.
that's not the real future.
One bite.
Shitty. That show had a talking dolphin in it. It had I think it had an apparatus on its head so it could communicate with him. It's pretty good.
Now that's something I bet we can do someday.
Yeah.
Get meaningful communication from a dolphin or a chimp. Start with those two and then fan out from there.
Elon started a couple years ago. The chips aren't faring well at all.
Really?
Didn't some idiot volunteer to have that put in their brain already, like a human?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, he already had a severe neurological disorder's wrong impairment. Where he couldn't move anything, and so with the implant, he was able to I don't remember what game he was playing, like Tetris or something, with his brain, maybe chess. He was moving the pieces from one place to another. But I heard that he rejected a lot of the fibers or something because they're putting lots of wires into your brain.
When you say he rejected, are you talking about his body's immune system or his decision making?
I don't know the nature of why the thing failed, but I read it failed. But I also read they're moving forward with more patients. He had it in. He was playing it. He was using it. It was active and
well, I didn't know he was like crippled and had a bunch of issues. Well, that makes more sense. I'd give that a go if I couldn't move or do anything.
I just can't get my Google Calendar straight. Come on, Elon, put it in there. When I think March 31st, I want this thing to mean business.
This guy doesn't know I have nothing to do with Google, but we got a volunteer.
It's at the DeWalt.
I
mean, honestly, the drill, you'd like to think that something like putting a brain implant would, if you saw them do it, that it would look like Star Trek. It would look like one of those waving a lot of things that go whir over. They get out a fucking power drill, dude. They get out a fucking power drill and they drill a hole in your goddamn skull until they see brain. Then they flick out that circle of skull they've got, and they probably peel back that plastic, and they put the little puck in there and cover it up like we're all good, like it's that little XM radio bump that you've got on the back of your car. It's not though.
I wonder if other people are like you, that they wildly oscillate on their opinion of medicine, where it's like, oh, it's amazing what they do nowadays. This is primitive as fuck. They just put poison everywhere. It's basically nails and sewing that do 80% of it.
It's across the board, right? There's some things we do that's like, oh, we still just sort of snap it back into place and wait, huh? Nothing, no bone injection to get this thing done in 6 days instead of 6 weeks.
No foam that seals it as is, and then the bone healing it does the rest or something.
Yeah, that's what we need to do.
Oh,
what? Put holes in our head?
We're
no.
A 3D printed experts around here. We don't do bones.
Exactly.
We do boners.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like
little caulk, dude, and that bone.
Put some caulk in it.
You got to get it in. You got to get it in the fracture.
Yeah.
Like a trepanation when they used to put holes in your head for.
I love that.
For
to let the ghosts out.
They still do that. That is the only way to relieve pressure on the brain in a traumatic brain injury. You can't wait for something like heparin to lower the blood pressure enough to get the pressure off the brain because it's dying because there's a hematoma in there. So they drill a goddamn hole in the side of your skull. There's a great scene in Star Trek 4, I think, where they go back in time and McCoy sees that's happening to somebody. He's like, oh, savages. Like he can't believe that they're drilling holes in people's head to relieve the intracranial pressure. And then he bumps into a lady. I think she's dying of cancer or something. He looks at her chart and he has the pill that cures it in his pocket. Take one of these. They don't give a fuck about the timeline of that. They go to a manufacturer and they give him the formula for transparent aluminum because they need some. And so okay, now we've just given him that. I guess that's a thing now. I don't care about
transparent aluminum.
Yeah.
How's that helpful?
Well, it's what the windows of the spaceship are made out of. So you can
you want to stub your toes more? They
had to make a giant whale tank though because they were taking whales from the past to the future to communicate with this alien probe that had shown back up to Earth and spoke whale language. It was like, where are you guys? And we killed all the whales. So
did you dream this? Are you sure?
No, it's Star Trek. The
That's not
Voyage
how it
Home,
goes
I
at all,
think.
Kyle. You are dreaming this.
yeah.
Yeah, that's Star Trek 4. I'm almost
He's
positive.
right. No.
Star Trek 4. We're out of ideas.
Dude, it's a good Star Trek. They're dealing with a marine biologist who's helping them with the whale stuff. Spock's got to wear this hippie bandana to hide his ears in San Francisco. Kirk's pawning his fancy eyeglasses and stuff. It's good. It's a good show.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Keep it up. Keep it up. We had a long Harry Potter nerd out like round table today, going over that and how that's
so
superior to Lord of the Rings in virtually every measure.
Oh, that didn't come up, but we were when Chiz and Kyle in the group chat WhatsApp are like talking about something nerdy, like Harry Potter, like trying to make an argument about it. I get so much like self entertainment out of just being like obstinate about it. Just like, no, gay. Like that's no, that doesn't even make sense. That's
You gotta be a Ravenclaw. Be a Ravenclaw for sure. Like, no, you wouldn't.
No, I said I would be a Gryffindor because I'm the hero of my story.
That's
so,
exactly what it was. And
yeah.
we told
you guys said I'd be Ravenclaw, which I did not even know was a house.
It is.
What are the houses? Like, can you describe
Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff? So Gryffindors, it's sort of like the brave, heroic type. It's not that they're stupid or anything. It's just not their main trait. Their main trait is sort of bravery and maybe friendship. Slytherin are conniving and sort of get it done at all costs. And they also seem to be very xenophobes, the wrong word, racist, I guess, against anybody who's half-blooded. Ravenclaw are the intellectuals. And not only are they're the intellectuals, like knowledge above power or something is their motto, something like that. But also their sigil is an owl. It's an owl. And so like he's clearly a Ravenclaw. I'll be a Slytherin, but you're a Ravenclaw.
Glasses. Why do you
What am I? Where'd you put me?
You're Hufflepuff, motherfucker.
What's Hufflepuff do?
I don't do shit. They just garden mostly.
I do know.
I hate that. I hate that.
They're nurturing. They're dependable. I don't know what fucking house you'd be. The Hufflepuff are the lame house, though. I was just joking around. They're by far the lamest house. They're usually a little chubby cheeked. They're usually a little slow witted, and they're usually like kind of useless. They usually specialize in things that sound lame, like herbology. Yeah, they're.
Safekeeping.
I know, right? Like, I can see it a little bit.
Yeah,
no, I think all of you guys are, and me, I'm also a Gryffindor. We can all be Gryffindor. It's made
That's
up.
the one I'd aspire to be in. I don't know.
It's not real.
No,
Who cares?
you don't get to choose. The Sorting Hat chooses
Boisterous.
Well,
Wow.
you can still aspire, and I think you can deny what the Sorting Hat chooses.
for you. No, well, that only happened in one scenario, and that's because the Slytherin Horcrux, aka Harry Potter, was giving off these dual Gryffindor Slytherin vibes. But Harry, the conscious part of him and all that makes him great, is all Gryffindor. There just happens to be a Slytherin stain on him from Voldemort.
Zach, pull up the graph again. We're gonna see if Kyle meets the lofty standard of
Slytherin.
Warm, neutral, and cool. What is confident, natural leader, successful, charming, shrewd? These aren't bad guys. Follow their own path. Big on cost benefit analysis. Knows how to take care of people. Yeah. Knows how to take care of people. A lot of them calculating, apathetic, authoritative, manipulative. See, yeah, that you can see they're trying to make them bad, but they sound cool. Hufflepuff barely even looked at their column. Lame. Well-rounded, down to earth, eye for an eye. Whoa, where's that come from?
Old Testament.
Yeah, a little Old Testament.
They're a little Abrahamic, yeah.
Ravenclaw, wise, observer, witty, inquisitive, loquacious. Ooh, nice vocab word. Nah, bro, I'm Gryffindor.
Okay. Okay.
Loud, boisterous, reckless.
We'll see what the Sorting Hats has to say about all this.
Did you see that the meme I sent of the Sorting Hat?
Yes,
the old
I
4chan
did.
where it just shows a picture of the Sorting Hat and it says male. Because she doesn't like trans stuff.
Yeah, she doesn't at all.
No, she doesn't.
There's
Ask
some
her about
notable
any-
quotes in there that are like real transpositive though. If you like view them through that lens that they like to throw back at her, something about it doesn't matter what you're born as, it's what you aspire to become, or something like that. And
then
they love
she'd be
throwing
like,
that one at her.
"It's because I was writing about a magic fantasy world."
The next line is cast the wizard spell. like it's
Did you ever see that other meme where it's like it shows a still of that troll from the first movie that like barges into the girls' room?
yeah.
And it's like it's like, wow, the goblin bankers, real subtle. Oh, a giant troll barging into the girls' room, real subtle, JK. Like
I don't get the troll reference.
because she doesn't like the trans bathroom stuff, so she'd portray them in a negative light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she's like the world's most famous TERF. She's a trans exclusive radical feminist. So not down with the trans stuff and very vocal about it. And I think there's some libel laws or something over there that allow her to really sue people whenever they say the wrong thing about her. And she's pretty litigious about that sort of thing.
Yeah, she got Harry Potter money. Why not?
She's got that Harry Potter money. It's a lot of money.
She's a multi-billionaire, right?
At least $1 billion.
It's more than Lord of the Rings. Like I think I looked it up. It has to be because
For sure.
it's more movies in general and the books. Like I know Lord of the Rings, the book sold, but not like her 7 books did. I thought it might be second to the Bible or something. Like she sold a lot of copies of Harry Potter. And then the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them stuff and all that.
I didn't know she wrote that. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, no, you told me.
Yeah.
The
those are pretty
Fantastic
good.
Beasts and Where to Fuck Them.
Yeah. Yeah.
It says she's worth $1 billion on the internet, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, there's your self-made lady billionaire.
Female billionaire. They're unicorns.
Good for
That's
her.
the one. That's her and Oprah, right? Like her and Oprah. I can't think of any more unless it's an actress or maybe Rihanna or somebody like that I'm not aware of.
Oh, Taylor Swift.
Oh, yeah.
Like it or not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it's about making teenage girls like it. I'm staggered by the success of Taylor Swift. It's not that I don't understand it. Like it's good poppy music. Like whenever I hear one of the songs, I'm like, dee 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 dee. Yeah, okay, sure. That sounds funky. That's fine. It's never bad music. But I don't understand how it's like taken over the world. It's like a little cult. It's like the cool thing to do is to be a Taylor Swift fan. I think that's part of it. I think that
I have to assume she's peaking right now, but she's doing it.
Yeah. I think that last tour she did was like the most successful tour that's ever been toured in a tour.
I think it's still going, right?
Like $1 billion that she made from
Good
one
for her.
US tour.
And she's fucking a Super Bowl champion, a 2-time.
Oh, there's
Super Bowl
conspiracies that's all PR. It's interesting. The internet sleuths have gone through and shown that way before they met, or like a week or two before they met or something, that they had already registered like TaylorKelsey.com or something like that. All these like potentially useful or websites to either have for their own uses or to not deny others.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I wonder
good for
when
them.
the internet thinks they met, because I heard Travis saying that they dated in secret before they came out to the world.
Yeah, so I think that they're using the date that she was seen wearing a Travis Kelsey bracelet of some kind. That's like the first nugget of information that they have to go on, and it was like weeks before that or so. It's on that fucking Travis and Taylor subreddit that I don't know how the algorithm on YouTube works. They feed me that and so much Indian shit, like India, like Reddit, like dots not feathers. I get Indian politics. Like I could.
No, sir, you are the one who smells. No,
it's and I get like Indian news stories. Like there's a rape there. Like every every second.
I mean, when you started that sentence and the conclusion of it, 30,000 Indian rapes.
Rapes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild the amount of sexual assault they have. It's how they get down over there apparently.
Yeah. They love groping and grabbing active telephone wires.
I think there was, that news reporter, I don't know which agency, like one of the big four or whatever, he was in Cairo doing a story, I think in Cairo, pretty sure it's Egypt, but like the power went out on their camera, and so the crowd she was filming gang raped her. Like,
I mean, did she live?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw the interview where she's talking about the gang rape.
Oh, then she's definitely alive. Well, that's horrible. Have you seen like the million stories of like people who are like, it's always like affluent Europeans or Americans being like, I wanted to travel through Pakistan to show the world is friendly. And it's like, bad move.
Yeah.
It's not friendly. They raped you.
Yeah. The most dangerous place, or the place that seems the most dangerous, but I think it would be safe if people knew that you were American, is Mexico. Because it seems like the real law there might be the fucking cartel. And the last thing they want is to aggravate the U.S. government by kill. I just remember that most recent story where those, I don't know what the mixture was, but there was an Australian and two Americans or something like that down there surfing, and they all got murdered and thrown in a well. And then they found them a few days later. And the cartel sent the guys who did it to like, we did it. We are so sorry. Like forced them to go in because they didn't want that heat. Like, I've heard multiple stories of that.
Well, it would make sense. They're a criminal enterprise. Like, they don't want any more attention on them than there already is, right? Like, killing an American is bad for business. Yeah, that's how Gus Fring would think about it. And so,
I never seemed remotely dangerous when I was there. I was in central Mexico.
Yeah,
not far from Mexico City, and I don't know. Just people seem nice. I hitchhiked for like every day. No one would give you any trouble.
Yeah, that's crazy that you hitchhiked,
Caleb, through India. You're a cute guy. You're svelte.
No, I don't think I would.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't think I would go to India just for one. To be honest, as well.
Really, where would you want to go? Like, what kind of country entices you?
If I had to go, or what is the hypothetical?
You're going to travel somewhere for free for 9 days. Where are you going?
A year.
Travel somewhere for a year. Okay, well, I'll do 9 days first, then a year. 9 days. I think I'd go to Australia.
Okay.
Visit my bros in Australia a little bit. If it's for a year, Japan for sure. I think Japan.
I'm the opposite. Okay. Let me lay it out because that's interesting to me. For 9 days, I want to go to a place that's not America, right? To me, Australia, for example, is just America light.
Like Western,
just America light. Yeah. England, etc. For 9 days, I absolutely want to go to some place that opens my horizons a little bit. For a year, well, shit. Now I want someplace with good internet, friendly people, food I enjoy, shit like that. For a year, I'd pick like an Australia or a Canada or an England.
All right, for 9 days. I want to go to that fucking Antarctic research station.
Oh, good one.
I want to go.
I take his. I want his.
First of all, I'm getting laid. If you turn Tinder on down there, I promise you, like all of them. There they are.
Are you into penguins?
There's lots of women. There's like a little town there. There's and they're all horny, and they've all like gone through each other at least once or twice. So like, fresh meat. You're getting laid. You go down to the Antarctic research station. I would love to do that for 9 days. Hopefully get to go out on some trek or helicopter trip, deeper inland and see some mountains or whatever, that would be cool. The great ice wall. And I think for like the extended stay, the Netherlands, because those people seem really fucking cool. Like every time I read or see something about the Netherlands, it's like they're sort of centrist. At least that's kind of what I've taken in from stuff. But they've also got those legal drugs and stuff over there. You can get a cookie and chill out.
Cookie.
It seems like a great place. And I think people speak English. Like most people there would speak enough English that I could get by. I wouldn't have any trouble finding the coffee shop I don't know why that's such a 1995
That's
problem.
where the marijuana is.
It's like you could just go, hey Siri, take me to the next coffee shop here. There and there. Yeah. But if I actually need to communicate, I think everybody speaks English there by and large.
Yeah, for sure. I think that those are good answers. I'd go
Taylor?
Japan for 9 days.
Good one.
And inverse of yours, Caleb, I'd go to Australia for a year. Australians seem like fun people. They're just having a good time. They know their country's not serious. They don't take it seriously.
Yeah, like we go to the Netherlands and seen that Lord of the Rings.
I don't think we've even gotten
That's
Ami.
New Zealand.
You know?
I meant to say New Zealand.
I
like it. We should on the whole show. I like this, Caleb.
Hi Taylor, how you doing there?
I bet the flight from like
heaps good. Actually, no, I go to New Zealand for a year because then I could get fitter walking to Mordor and back.
650 miles or something, 660 miles maybe. I bet it's a short flight from like Melbourne to Auckland. Like Australia to New Zealand is probably like a 2-hour flight or something. That's my best guess.
For sure. And there's how many people live in New Zealand? 1 million? No, actually, I'm going to guess 4 million.
Shit, I would have.
We'll never know.
I feel like Ireland is around 7 million, and I kind of use that as my like measuring stick that I lay around the world occasionally for these. I'm gonna say 7 million. I think it's
a full Ireland.
I think it's a full.
I like
Ireland.
how we're guessing Ireland's
I'd say like 2 million.
I think
Ireland's 5.1 million.
5 million. You busted. I win.
There's no. We didn't do overs and you're out.
We absolutely did. We just rewind the tape. We just established the rules.
I missed the rules.
No.
Kind of left.
You know why I knew that? That was a real Gryffindor move of mine to know that, to bravely assert a fact.
But it was underhanded the way you sort of.
I have a sorting house question for Caleb.
Oh,
okay.
DeWalt, Milwaukee, Makita, or Ryobi?
Oh my God. If I had to choose and I wouldn't have batteries stolen from me, I would choose Milwaukee. But because I have thieves that live near me and the thieves are my family members, I choose Makita because they don't steal my shit anymore.
That's good. I have Makita stuff. Now I'm not handy and it gets used only rarely, but it's helped me hang stuff on the wall.
How about Festool? What do you got? Any Festool?
I'd have a little Festool, but dude, every now and then I'll be like, you know what? I want the good one of this.
Yes.
This $180 one doesn't make me happy. I'm going to open the bank and get $250, $300.
Exactly.
And then you look at Festool and you're like, $1,400?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me?
That's how weightlifting.
Crazy.
You'll be in that Titan fitness groove for a little while. You're like, I'm gonna step on up to Rogue, and you're like, while we're
dude,
tapping into the funds, let's go ahead and step on up. What's that? It's like Lincoln in the Swedish plates that are like the thinnest plates. Oh my God. We got going from Titan to Rogue is like $350 to $500, $350 to $600, something like that. It's not quite double, but it's getting there. But it's like so much nicer. Everything's stitched better. The quality materials can be better, and it says Rogue on it, fucker. But you step up to those Linikin or whatever it's like 5 times as expensive and a new material. They start using new materials all of a sudden. It's
for weight plates, and it's like
weight plates.
I remember watching a video of like a guy reviewing weight plates and being like, "These ones are measured to the gram," and it's like, it's fine. I have Amazon plates I got during COVID that are off by entire pounds. It's fine. I'm just working those stabilizing muscles on the bench.
This thing, honestly, is probably the greatest value of any workout equipment I've ever used in my whole life.
Is that a
tonal?
Yeah.
It's called a tonal. It's like this. It's got like these arms. They're up right now. I was doing like pull downs yesterday, and it's a giant iPad. You can, it's like 100 pounds on either arm. I think they're like $3,000 or something like that. But you can use it. It's bad for squats and deadlifts, really, because it's like you can get like high rep stuff. It's pretty easy. But I mean, just for pull downs and like curls and like really easy shit, anything you would need cable machine for. It's like a cable machine, but also everything else that folds up on your wall and takes up this much space. It's really cool. I've seen
those. That is a classy way to get fit.
Yeah.
You can like order DoorDash on it while
literally,
you're
dude. I just that and dips. I do a shit ton of dips
on your exercise machine.
You probably could.
It's an Android. Yeah, you can do whatever you want on it.
Like, have you seen those texts where someone's like, sent from my Samsung smart fridge?
Yeah. It's got a little Chinese spy device built in.
Yeah. There's too many smart devices nowadays, too many smart applications on stuff that like it only adds a failure point. Like a washing machine, dryer, like so it doesn't make it any more convenient. It only is like I had to download new software on my smoker at one point.
What you got? Like Traeger?
A Traeger. Okay. I got a Traeger. I made some ribs this season, some pulled pork. I want to make a brisket. I haven't done the brisket yet. But yeah, it's like this is like what software could you possibly need? What's changed in reality since the last time I cooked meat in you? Like nothing.
They just need to sell more data. You guys know Brendan Buckingham, right? He's been on the show, right? Yeah. I cooked him a brisket a couple weeks ago.
Ooh, gotta come out.
Oh, fucking great, dude. Fucking great. Yeah. His buddy's his buddy is Muslim and only eats halal, and he broke his code to eat some fucking brisket. I was like, this is the greatest compliment I've ever gotten in my life.
Nice. And he probably was
out of a Tebu cow or whatever it was, Yebu.
Zebu? No, it was just from HEB. Yeah.
Okay.
How long did you cook it?
12 hours.
Okay.
So what do you do? Wake up at like 6 a.m. and kick it off and eat it at dinner?
Yeah. If or you started at just fucking 10 when you wake up and you eat it late. That's what I did.
Like the 10, 11 pound pork shoulder I made for pulled pork recently, I had to start it at 4 p.m. on Friday for it to be ready at noon on Saturday for lunch.
Oh,
that is
so
awesome.
It's like I had a whole day. Like I woke up in the middle of the night to pee and I'm like, something's burning. Oh yeah.
You have to add more fuel to it during that time.
It lasts so long. I just topped it off before I went to bed that night, and it was
so yeah. You topped it off at night, though.
Yeah. I don't know.
I love smoking meats.
It's so easy. It's the easiest way to make food, and at the end to be like, somebody did something, huh? And it's like, no, I basically rubbed down a big piece of meat with mustard.
It's
and
no George Foreman grill. I'm gonna tell you, you got this clamshell design, Taylor. Dude, that way you heat the meat from the bottom and the top. Okay, you can't beat that.
I ate pork for like 4 straight days until I was like short of breath. That was like, I need a vegetable.
You don't smoke like some corn or something in there?
No. I'm gonna put corn in there along with it for 14 hours.
I think, can you open it and check on it like as much as you want?
Well, no, you don't want to do it as much as you want because it is a smoker. So
if you're looking, it ain't cooking.
If you looking, it ain't cooking.
That's what my dad always says.
Your dad rocks. He seems like a cool guy.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
well, that was fun. You guys want to wrap it?
Yeah, I got to pee so bad.
That's all.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Links in the description. Check out Caleb PKA 705.